Tes. Mbak Tif ada nggak? Ada.
Patuh? Ada. Oh iya.
Background kita Pak kurang maju Pak.
Oh, ini masih belum di-set. Halo.
Questions, please chat to us using the reception chat tab to start the discussion. Thank you.
Utama ASEAN Engineer, Honorable Vice Dean for Research Community Services and Cooperation of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Insinyur Sugeng Sabto Suryono, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik, Insinyur Profesional Utama ASEAN Engineer, Honorable Head of Department of Architecture and Planning Universitas Gadjah Mada, Doctor of Engineering Insinyur Ahmad Sarwadi, Master of Engineering, Honorable President of Ikatan Arsitek Indonesia Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Honorable President of Ikatan Ahli Perencanaan Indonesia Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Honorable President of Asosiasi Pendidikan Tinggi Arsitektur Indonesia, Honorable President of Asosiasi Sekolah Perencanaan Indonesia, Honorable colleges from other architecture and urban planning study program from other respective universities who present today.
Keynote speakers, Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono from Universitas Gadjah Mada and Mr. Ruji Fujimura from Ruji Fujimura Architect. Our special invited speakers, Professor Taro Igarashi from Tohoku University, Ms. Dunja Krause from United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, Associate Professor Niraman Sarisakol from Chulalongkorn University, Honorable Moderator, Ms. Diananta Pramitasari, Doctor of Philosophy, Honorable Presenters, Honorable all staff members of the Department of Architecture and Planning Universitas Gadjah Mada, honorable guests, and of course, all the respective participants.
We would like to welcome you once again to the 5th International Conference of Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2020. Aulia, before we start today's remarkable event, I think it might be better for us to explain about this event and its theme.
That is correct, Patu. Ladies and gentlemen, as we already know, the International Conference of Indonesian Architecture and Planning is an integrated conference that brings together all stakeholders that are researchers, experts, policymakers, and practitioners to contribute to the development and innovation of Indonesian architecture and planning. And this year, this marvelous event has a theme called Complexity, Design, Planning, and Innovation.
So that this conference will generally talk about how the transformations of building, neighborhood, and urban systems are influenced by emerging technologies created by Industry 4.0.
That might be one of the points, Patu, but we'll see later in the conference. I actually cannot wait for that because it will be presented by international speakers, which are cutting-edge session topics.
Correct, Aulia. Ladies and gentlemen, the remarkable event might not be held greatly without any support from our sponsors and partners. The 5th International Conference of Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2020 is sponsored by our co-sponsor, Badan Penerbit dan Publikasi Universitas Gadjah Mada. We also sponsored by the Silva sponsors Pusat Studi Perencanaan Pembangunan Regional Universitas Gadjah Mada, Center for Universal Design and Vocabularies Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Japan Foundation. Last but not least, our bronze sponsor, Kinesia.
Also supported by our partners as follows: Journal Technoscience, Journal Kawistara, Journal of Built Environment Studies, Journal of Infrastructure and Facility Asset Management, Journal Management Asset Infrastruktur dan Fasilitas.
Once again, thank you for all the sponsors, partners, and of course, all the participants for helping on this event. Without any further ado, I would like to convey today's schedule as follows. The first session is the opening ceremony, and then we will continue to the keynote speaker session, then followed by the invited speaker session, and we would like to ask you not to leave this room until the invited speaker sessions ended. After the speaker session, we will continue to the break and networking session, and after that, we will enter the parallel session, which will happen in the session room. And last but not least, today's schedule will be ended by the closing note in the main stage.
Before we start the event today, I would like to ask you to join us singing Indonesia Raya and Hymne Gadjah Mada.
Bangkitan bangsaku di dalam Pancasilamu, jiwa seluruh nusaku. Ku junjung kebudayaanmu, kejayaan Indonesia. Bagi kami alma mater, ku berjanji setia, ku penuhi dharma bakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Di dalam persatuanmu, jiwa seluruh bangsaku. Ku junjung kebudayaanmu, kejayaan Nusantara.
Thank you. Before I listen to the opening speech, I would like to ask Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi, Dr. Hadi Kurniawan, and Dr. Sugeng Sabto Suryono, also Professor Panut Mulyono, to join us by turning on the camera. And you may greet each other and the audiences. Welcome, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speech will be delivered by the chairman of the 5th International Conference of Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2020, Mr. Hadi Kurniawan, Sarjana Teknik, Master of Science, Doctor of Philosophy. Dr. Hadi, time is yours.
Thank you for the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Panut Mulyono, Vice Dean for Research, Community Service and Corporation, Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Sugeng Sabto Suryono, Head of Department of Architecture and Planning, Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi, Directors and Representative of institution, partners, and sponsors, Member of Steering Committee, distinguished speakers, presenters, invitation guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you at the opening of the 5th Biennale International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or Iciap 2020. The 5th Iciap brings complexity, design, planning, and innovation as the conference theme. It was planned to bridge the theme of the 4th Iciap in 2018, which is design and planning in disruptive era and current condition. As this conference was planned a year ago and scheduled to be held on July 23-24, 2020, current conditions bring the theme into more right settings. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, we can report that papers presented in the conference has been through several stages, namely abstract submission and review, full paper submission and review, and plagiarism check. We happily present 71 papers in 14 parallel sessions during this 2 days conference. These papers come from academicians, researchers, professional architects, urban designers, and planners, and activists from different places and institutions, including some from Japan, South Korea, and Malaysia. Our appreciation for all authors' effort to write and disseminate their research in this conference, and so thankful to reviewers from international and national institution partners who help controlling the quality of the paper. We are also grateful for the support of Library of Faculty of Engineering for helping us in plagiarism check. These 2 days conference days are not at the end for disseminating the scientific discussion. We are pleased to inform that selected paper will be published in Scopus Index Proceeding on IOP conference series and journals in collaboration with Iciap. For this collaboration, we are thanking Editor-in-Chief of Journal of BEST, Built Environment Studies, Journal of Technoscience, ASEAN Journal of Science and Technology for Development, Journal of Kawistara, GIFAM, Journal of Infrastructure and Facility Asset Management, and GMAIF, Journal Management Asset Infrastruktur dan Fasilitas. For strengthening the scientific atmosphere of the conference, we also invited speakers from different institutions, countries, and backgrounds to share their knowledge, experience, insight, provocation, and trigger further discussions related to the conference theme and topics. Today, we have chance to learn from 2 honorable keynote speakers and 3 invited speakers. And tomorrow morning, we will continue with 3 others invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, another objective of the conference is to enhance and promote the multidisciplinary and multi-sector approaches within and beyond design and planning disciplines. Therefore, we are happy to collaborate with partners such as Ikatan Arsitek Indonesia, IAI Yogyakarta, Ikatan Ahli Perencana, IAP Yogyakarta, Aptari, ASPI, and sponsors such as Badan Penerbitan dan Publikasi BPP Universitas Gadjah Mada, Center for Urban Design and Disabilities CUDD UGM, Pusat Studi Perencanaan Pembangunan Regional PSPPR UGM, Japan Foundation, and Kinesia. It is our pleasure to welcome directors and representatives of partners and sponsors in this opening ceremony and events. At last, as previous Iciap event brought a great atmosphere for meet, discuss, and strengthen the network, this 5th Iciap is organized to continue the spirit and objectives. The pandemic that hits all over the world pushed us to adapt and adjust our life without exception for this conference. We choose the online conference platform that provide various space for scientific discussions as well as networkings. Therefore, at the end of this welcome speech, we invite you to take a lot of benefit from this platform. Finally, keep safe and healthy, enjoy the conference, and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Hari, for the inspiring opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the second opening speech, which will be delivered by the Vice Dean for Research, Community Services, and Cooperation, Dr. Sugeng Sapto Suryono, Sarjana Teknik, Magister Teknik, Insinyur Profesional Utama, Asian Engineer. Dr. Halo, Dr. Sugeng.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mbak
Time is
Atul.
yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Professor Panut Mulyono, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Sarwati, Head of Architecture and Planning Department, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, also Dr. Hari Kurniawan, Head of Organizing Committee, the 5th IEC, the Honorable invited speaker, as well as the keynote speakers for this occasion, distinguished guests, and all participants. First of all, on behalf of Faculty of Engineering, I do apologize for the absence of our Dean, Dr. Basis Wildan, due to the same agenda with other occasion. So he appointed me to represent Faculty of Engineering in this occasion. Of course, he sends a warm regard to Pak Rektor and all of the participants, as well as the committee this morning. Hope this program will meet the success. Faculty of Engineering is very happy that Department of Architecture and Planning succeed to the international conference, namely the 5th of International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning. I think this is one of the milestone achievement for the many program that have been planned to be implemented in this year. As you know, the situation for the pandemic, so many programs should be changed to the online. But I think that this doesn't matter. The situation, I think, is worldwide, so I think everybody will be also enjoy and happy with this situation. It is the experience that may be once in a life for us, and we do hope that next year we can back to the normal life and meet each other directly. Rector, distinguished guests, and all participants, during the pandemic time, Faculty of Engineering still keep struggle to achieve and increase the international program. Actually, may I give this small report for the international program of Faculty of Engineering? Yeah, for the last 20 years, I think we conduct the AUN SITNET program. More master alumni and 50 doctors alumni already graduated from this program, and running the program right now with the regional conference, research funding, and on special topic, mainly with the topic of COVID-19. We also have the what's called as Erasmus program with 4 sub-program, namely Erasmus Enhance, enabling humanitarian attributes for nurturing community-based engineering, and then Erasmus GECO, improvement engineers employability with multi-competencies, knowledge and opportunity. We have also Erasmus STEAM, Euro-ASEAN collaboration for enhancing STEM education, and the last is Erasmus MESVIA, mastering energy supply for isolated area. Now, apart from this 2 program, we also have relatively new for the international program that in the Get in Cicero program. This is a partnership with the RWTH Aachen, Germany, and UGM in developing a joint research campus in Indonesia. Any research collaboration between Indonesia and RWTH Aachen will be channeled with, through the Get in Cicero. Since last year, actually, Universitas Gadjah Mada give the full scholarship for foreign students with the program of GMIF, Gadjah Mada International Fellowship. This is actually limited number for scholarship provided by UGM, but Faculty of Engineering also then followed with the our scholarship for student international student, namely Faculty of Engineering scholarship. This is full scholarship provided by Faculty of Engineering for about 10 foreign students from developing countries to achieve master and doctoral degree each year. So this is start the last year and will be continue for next year. And we also have the Kemitraan Negara Berkembang or KNB scholarship. This is scholarship provided by Indonesian government for international students from emerging nations and to achieve their master degree. So actually, Faculty of Engineering invite the student, master and doctoral students from the whole of the countries, especially from the developing countries and emerging nation, to come to Faculty Engineering to pursue his master or doctoral degree. Another program for international is, of course, the webinar and online guest lecture like this program. During COVID-19 pandemic, Faculty of Engineering keeps trying to engage overseas partners through various online activities such as webinar and inviting overseas guest lectures in course in each department. So actually we offer all of the department to have an international program like what the Department of Architecture and Planning already done this morning. For the student exchange and double degree program, offline student exchange activity are temporarily postponed, of course, because of the pandemic. And the UGM regulation not allowed to student to be exchanged right now. But the program for the next years in 20, even semester, including the exchange program between the Master of Urban and Regional Planning Universitas Gadjah Mada, head by Professor Bakti Setiawan, from this department, with the partner of university in Netherlands. And of course, the student exchange activity with the university in Japan, especially for AHIME and UGM student, will be postponed right now and replaced for the next year. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the international program that we try to keep running, and this event also will continue to the next year and invite more international participants to join this program. Yeah, of course, at last, we do hope that this pandemic will over and we can continue our collaboration with two nice choice, either direct meeting or simply through the online, of course. Okay, enjoy the conference for all of you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your eye-opening and thoughtful speech, Dr. Sugeng. And now we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Insinyur Panut Mulyono, Master of Engineering, Doctor of Engineering, Insinyur Profesional Utama, Asian Engineer. Professor Panut Mulyono, you may turn off your camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize for your waiting for Professor Panut Mulyono. While waiting for Professor Panut to be ready to join today's event, I would like to once again complete today's schedule as follows. The first session is the opening ceremony, and then we will continue to the keynote speaker session, followed by the invited speaker session, and we would like to ask you not to leave this room until the invited speaker session ended. After the speaker session, we will continue to the break and networking session. And after that, we will enter the parallel session, which will happen in the session room. And last but not least, today's schedule will be ended by the closing note in the main stage. I would like to once again mention our sponsors, our co-sponsor, Badan Penerbit dan Publikasi Universitas Gadjah Mada. We also sponsored by the silver sponsors, Pusat Studi Perencanaan Pembangunan Regional Universitas Gadjah Mada, Center for Universal Design and Vocabularies Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Japan Foundation, and our born sponsor, Kinesia. This event is also supported by our partners as follows: Journal Technoscience, Journal Kawistara, Journal of Built Environment Studies, Journal of Infrastructure and Facility Asset Management, and Journal Management Asset dan Infrastruktur. Ladies and gentlemen, we would sincerely apologize for the waiting because we still have a problem to connect with Mr. Professor Panut Mulyono. But before that, I would like to give a little spoiler for today's invited speakers. We actually have several invited speakers as follows. One is from Professor Taro Igarashi from Tohoku University. And then we have Ms. Dunja Krause from United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. And we have Associate Professor Niramon Serisakul from Chulalongkorn University. We would like to ask you to not leave the sessions today because we have great speakers, and please enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize to all participants because Professor Panut couldn't join us today for the delivering opening speech due to the technical difficulties. Thank you so much for your speech for Dr. Ahmad Sarwadi, Dr. Hari Kurniawan, and Dr. Sabto Suryono. You may smile at the camera so we may take a group photo session. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will back for the keynote speaker session in a few moments. Please stay tuned and be ready to the next session. Thank you.
Do I?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next session room. That is to hear the keynote speech which will be delivered by Mr. Ruji Fujimura and Professor Bambang Hariwibisono. The keynote speech will be moderated by Dr. Diananta Pramitasari.
Speaker session, Mr. Yuji Fujimura, Professor Bambang, and Dr. Diananta. Before we start the session, let's get to know Dr. Diananta as moderator further. Dr. Diananta is the head of Architecture undergraduate program in the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She holds her doctoral degree from the School of Human Environment Studies, Kyushu University, Japan in 2004, and her master's degree from the School of Science and Technology, Chiba University, Japan in 2001.
Dr. Diananta is part of the design group of expertise. Her research interest lies around the issues of environment and behavior studies, and the recent studies deal with architecture for the elderly. The first keynote speech session room will be delivered by Mr. Ruji Fujimura, and the second one will be delivered by Professor Insinyur Bambang Hariwibisono. All participants, please enjoy the talk, and Dr. Diananta, you may begin the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony, Miss Patu and Miss Aulia. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Diananta Pramitasari, and I will be the moderator for the keynote speaker session and also for today's invited speaker session. For the first session, we will have two keynote speakers, architect Ryuji Fujimura and Professor Bambang Hariwibisono. Before I invite the first keynote speaker, architect Ryuji Fujimura, I will read the curriculum vitae. Architect Ryuji Fujimura is a Tokyo-born architect and the founder and principal architect of Ryuji Fujimura Architect, or RFA. Ryuji Fujimura obtained his education from the Tokyo Institute of Technology Graduate School of Architecture. From 2010 to 2015, he serves as a lecturer at Toyo University. Currently, he is an associate professor at Tokyo University of the Arts, Japan. Ryuji has a great interest in architectural design and its education and criticism, and such as city management with public participation in the background of aging and financial problems of public facilities. In addition, he has also put interest in the proposal of the future of the Japan archipelago. In terms of professional work, Ryuji Fujimura works on residential and office buildings and publishing the theories related to contemporary architecture and urban space. Today's presentation with the title, A Volume of Knowledge, Prototypes of Architectural Thinking and Its Application. In this lecture, architecture is understood as a form of knowledge or a creative relationship between knowledge and form, and any segment of design processes is treated equally as a prototype of architectural thinking. By visualizing records of design processes, we are able not only to keep up our efforts of ad hoc decision-making, but also apply what we learned in one project to the next one. Architecture we create will further evolve into something new through such efforts. We intend to develop methodologies formulating collective knowledge that aims to combine patterns of architectural thinking and produce better results through involvement of more people, and occasionally incorporating computer-driven calculation in the making process, and redefine architecture as a creative tool to create knowledge for solving various social issues. Okay, for architect Ryuji Fujimura, the time is yours, please.
Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Ryuji Fujimura. I'm honored to be here. So let me share the screen and start my talk. You see the screen?
Yes.
So my talk is about architecture as a form of knowledge. My name is Ryuji Fujimura. I am teaching at Tokyo University of the Arts, and I am the principal architect, RFA 2. To design a complexity, I would like to start the image of this. This is the image of the integration process of starting from a simple volume, and they end up with very complex form at the end. Then I would like to design architecture as like this. Then in 2014, I published a book called Prototyping. Then I basically I showed my method in this book. And in 2018, I published another book. It's about the form of knowledge and a series of my trials through designing architectures. Then I made an exhibition, this form of knowledge too. Then in 1964, there is a publication called The Note on Synthesis of Form by Christopher Alexander in 1964. Then it's about, it says the ultimate object of design is form, he said, and the form is solution to the problem, and the context defines the problem, he said. Then, so in the diagram, we draw like this. Then there is a context defines problem. Then there is a form. This is the solution to the problem too. Then he said, design is to achieve good fitness between form and context. Then this is his diagram too. Then in actual world, there is a context and they define each other. Then, but in design process, we have to make a mental picture, and in order to design a complex form, we need to have another phase, which is about form a picture of mental picture. Then he showed this method. Then but my question was this good fitness between context and the form. But in this current society, the context is quite unreadable or it's invisible. Then how can we find this good fitness relationship between context and form? That was my start point. Then my trial was started with this open design processes. In 2005, this is the small shop design project. Then I designed this small facility, a small model. Then this is starting point. Then I made a short dialogue with client. Then she said, this is okay, but she want to have more distance between the spaces. Then I made this, then show this to her. Then she gave another comment. This is good, but divided. Then this is what, and this is good. Then we should better to have another catcherism. Then I kind of iterative study. Then find a form step by step, incrementally. Then finally this final version, realize that. Then this is the plan. Then we found a problem. Then the shop has to be open, but not too much open. Then this shows several kinds of tableware group and make customers stay longer. And that was the problem. But this problem was invisible at the beginning. Client didn't know, we didn't know. Finally, at the end of the process, design process, we have to know the problem. So the form and context make a good fitness at the end, but it's not unclear at the beginning. That was a problem. That was a point. Then I put these three steps, three rules by ourselves. Do not jump, do not split, and do not go back. Then we utilize this method into bigger project called, which is a building. But the client doesn't know what they want to do at the beginning. Then we start from this simple volume, then try to find a problem and try to find what to do, what we should do in the site by making those models. Then we found out what we should do in this project step by step. And at the end of the process, this is the real one. Then this housing project, the building project, is basically housing. Then at the bottom there is a supermarket. Then housing is on the bottom of the supermarket. Then this is the construction picture. Then this fifth floor is kind of major structure. Then the second floor and the third floor and the fourth floor is hanging down from this fifth floor. Then this is the inside. So this is the hanging down. This floor is hanging down from upper floors. So at the bottom there is a no column, so quite open space. Then this is section. Then by taking this structure system, we could reduce the columns at the bottom, and we could have a open space at the bottom. And also many equipment of the housings are concentrated on this structure columns. Then this is the rooftop of the building. Then this is a public complex. Then this is equipment spaces. Then many machineries are concentrated on the part. So through this design process, this is the whole design process, starting from simple volume and develop one step by step, and reach to the complex conclusion in the end. In the middle part, then there is a quite simple taking one question and one solution. So in 008, there is a question about how to put housing on the supermarket. Then simply put the housing volume at the beginning, but there it looked like too much simple. Then we decided to divide the volume of the top floor, then make this new version 009. Then to make this 009 version, we found another problem, which is too much to the street. Then make like this, and so on and so on. Then so each step has a simple question. Then we simplify the question, then make a simple solution, and repeat. Then iteratively we make a version. And this is the relationship between the generation of forms and the condition of. Then starting from very simple volume at the beginning, then at the end, it will be it became a quite complex form under 21 rules we set. So this is the another diagram, and we start from this kind of input, many inputs, then with many requirements like and area and use and temperature and structure and taste and so on and so on. Then we integrate them and make output. Then in general, we imagine design processes like this, and make an analysis and integration and make a. But nowadays this analysis process is quite visual, because computer information technology makes them visual. Like structural problem, we could have structure simulation. The temperature, that we have temperature simulation, and so on and so on. But this integration process is quite opaque still. So we need to open up this integration process after that. Then my proposal is simply to have one solution to one question, then iterative this. Then by doing this, this integration process kind of open up and make it visual. Then we call this a superlinear design process. And then super linear design process is totally about induction process. So make something first, think and find a problem later, then make it repeat. And this is Kendo Tange's study process of the national swimming pool in 1964. Then Tange also did this kind of making process, collective making process. Then he made many versions with students. Integrate them, they then achieve the final version at the end. And this is another case by Sana. They made many model at the beginning too. Then they made a version and think something and find something, then make it sharper later. So my is like this. So basically, simply iterative one way, then make it like a timeline. Understand the whole process as a line of time, and or line, metaphor of line or metaphor of time at the end. So by taking this process, this blank one is very generic building with general design process. Then our building is designed with a superlinear design process. So this difference was quite important for me. Then this is very generic. Then, but by taking this process, so the rooftop can be taken as a human space, and not machinery space. Then by taking this kind of process, we could make a difference between buildings and buildings. Then my next trial is to utilize this method to the education. This is a first pattern. This is an evolutionary process of single option. Then this is a pattern, evolutionary processes of several options. Then I understand this studio work of architecture as like this. Then I started to teach at the university from 2010, 10 years ago. Then I utilized this design process method to the educational process. In order to make students understandable how to design or how good design is made, by comparing the process. So this is the scenery of the view. Then we did not review only about the result, but also processes. They make by themselves, not only teacher. Then think about we could how to develop complexity at the end. Then I utilize this method to the real project of the real site in the with university student in next phase. So this is second pattern. Then the third pattern is in order to realize something is like this. Starting from many options, but select or integrate and integrate several options, and at the end we integrate one version, then in order to build something. Then this project, Facility for Ecological Education in Tsuruga. Then I made this studio. Then our government wants to have a small facility with a private enterprises, private company. Then we started with this public meeting with the neighbors and many people from the private companies and the governments, and make this public meeting. And starting from 10 students participate this project, and they made one version. Then make this kind of explanation in this public meeting, and they vote. And this is first vote. Then this is second vote. Then so people choose different version by taking steps. Then this is first prize at second meeting. And then the reason was like the compact impact of this form, or new impression of this form. But the second prize with 11 points, they said like they liked the elements related elements entrance with terrace or benches or angle with the sun, or so on and so on. Then so the point was, no, this is not selection by voting. We vote, but we asked to vote to the people, but this is not selection. We need to know the reason why they choose one of them. Then so then after several voting, public meeting, we integrate common having common element like this. Then this is station type. Then this is church type. This is alley type. Then like this. Then made another voting. Then they many people vote on station type, but we did not this station type as a winner, but also we asked people why they choose this, why they choose the second one, or why they choose the third one, and so on and so on. Then we've tried to find out the reason why they choose. Then this is another. Then this is the prices, estimated prices, quite over the budget. Then we made another in order to reduce the elements they wanted to have. Then finally we could integrate to this final version, but the size of the building made very small in order to fit the budgets. But the element they all liked was integrated in this final version. So this is small, but many ideas of 10 architects are all integrated into this final version. So this is the ideas by people, by everyone. So this is not a simple idea or ideas of one people, but this is ideas by everyone. Then make process exhibition and make a symposium discussions. Then this is the this is the a kind of ceremony of the construction site, and then this is the other one. Then now it is used as a kind of ecological for ecological. Besides this solar energy plant. Then this is another project in order to make a small public space in the suburbs of Tokyo too. Then starting from this kind of public meeting with local people, then the local government wants to have a small toilet and plaza in the front of station. Then we start to make several versions of this. Then start discussion. They want to have bench. They want to have a wall in order to divide a toilet. Then they want to have a roof in order to symbolize them. Then they want to have a roof as a plaza. Then this is the later process, and finally this was built. Then it is a public toilet and station for bicycle. Then but the rooftop is open to the public. And this is the inside of the building. And then there's a staircase, and go up, and there is a plaza like this. And then this is a scenery of the plaza after that. Then my trial is continuing, like how can we expand the inputs of the people. Then it's IG project. Then this is a kind of art project. Then this is about this is a art project, the art festival in Aichi Prefecture. Then this is a kind of virtual project I proposed. Then we made a student team and present people to two versions of a city hall project, which is not a real project, which is a kind of virtual project. And if we rebuild the city hall, which one would you like to have? That we take a question to the people. Then this is the design team is working before the people. Then this is kind of ideal design architectural design office, which is transparent, and the people can watch how they develop the ideas. Then this is the exhibition. Then they vote. They choose two of them every day. Then we open up the votes every day. Then make an analysis between by reading the comments. Then this is the result. Day by day, sometimes this team M we won. Then sometimes team H won, but which is quite not fixed at all. By taking this over 4,000 votes, we found out that normally when we having a workshop, people gather, but 100 people or less than 100 people. So we should find out the difference between 11 votes and 9 votes and so on and so on. But in this case, we had 4,612 votes with comments. So many of them, many of comments went to very homogeneous, looks homogeneous, but some minor opinions quite functional and useful for us, or meaningful for us to develop the design because it's minor. So through this project, we could have this is not on the simple voting or referendum, but also the occasion to hear the minor opinions in order to develop ourselves. Then next trial is to design a chair by taking a picture searching system of the Google. This is called Google Chair. Then this is the kind of trial, experimental project, a chair by Google search. And this is the result of the search chair in Chinese. Then this is the result of the search by the word chair in English. This is chair in Spanish. This is chair in Greek, and this is chair in Arabic. And this is chair in Bengali. And this is chair in Russian, and chairs in Portuguese, and this is chair in Japanese. Then we found out that the difference between the languages, each language is even the major languages, major world languages, having a different result by each languages. Then so each image of the chair, even the same word, having a different image by the languages. Then we analyze the result and make a kind of typological study, then make a prototype of the each languages. This is prototype of Chinese. This is a prototype of English, Spanish, Hindi, Arabic, and so on. And this is Japanese. Then we may integrate 9 major languages chair. Then this is the integrated one as a result of the or most of the world, most of the people in the world. We call this global Google chair. Next trial was to design a house by taking this method in order to sell the house in this. This is the image of the houses. Then we made a kind of analysis, then make a kind of typology like this, the typical Japanese sliding houses. Then integrate this like this. And this integrated typical suburban house, we made based on the study, we made this prototype by taking the elements they have like this, and put the price like this. So one developer appeared, they want to build this to their site. And this is the project that we built finally. And we proposed the gardens continuing like this. Then finally, we could sort out all the houses at the end. So this is the Google's chair project developed with computer calculation and artificial intelligence called deep learning chair. Then we collaborate with this engineer guy, then make a kind of iterative study like this. Then make a data set by taking many versions of each types. Then they GAN they learn, and the AI learn the shape of the form of the chairs.
Excuse
me? Like this.
Excuse
then,
me.
At the end, we could have the form like this.
Excuse
and
me.
This is the final. And this is a chair based on the chair the result of image picture search by the Google. So let's say this is the global people's chair, world people chair by artificial intelligence. So we should think about our role or architects' role in the society when we see this model, because we always try to open up our design process in order to make a complex form. But if we totally open up the process by the technology, like this kind of artificial intelligence things as well, then we have this the shape, their form, which is quite, how do you say, looks nice, but looks cute, but very much mysterious. It's not symmetrical, it's not geometrical, but there is a form by the result of the learning. Then my trial on architecture is currently achieving to this the form like this. So this is my one of my latest project, which is a this is the nursery school in the suburbs of Kyushu Island. Then we try to design this building very much simple but complex, the shapy, but not only the shape. It has a kind of form, but the form itself is not independent. It is a form, but very much dependent to the context, and the form itself works, but not only the form. So this is a plan, and then we decided to divide into two spaces. The one space is for little kids, like 0 years old, 1 year old, 2 years old kids. Then the other one is kids, bigger kids, which is like over 30 years old, 3 years old. This is interior. Then this is the shape, the shapy form at the end of at the corner of the building. Then this is inside. There's a hall, and it has this panoramic window at the corner. Then we could have a look of the landscape. This is the design process of the roof of the shape. So the shape itself was generated, and try to find the point they could make it stable. And then this is the construction site. This is for me, it's quite incredible experience, because I could not imagine how the is came and go, because the slit, the window, horizontal window, there is no structure element in this window. So the roof itself is somehow supported without anything. This is stable.
Excuse me, Fujimura sensei.
Because
Your time
in
is
a
over.
micro scale, it's like very acrobatic, but in large scale or macro scale, the shape itself is quite stable. So by this form, for me, the interesting point was to find out the shape of the roof, which is designed by this structural analysis. Suddenly looks like quite similar to the shape of the mountain background in the background. This is a kind of coincidence, but not only coincidence, because the shape of the mountain is also the result of the gravity, the Earth, sea activity. Then this the roof of the shape of the roof is also the shape of the reaction to the gravity. So this structural engineer said to me that this is not a coincidence, but this is not an approach to make this roof taking as a model, or taking a mountain as a model and copy the shape. We did not copy the shape. This is in that way. This is a coincidence. This is a construction site. Then we made this kind of pieces and make it. The kids running in the garden. This is a shape. The kids once run or kind of make a dash to the with the car this curve.
Shimura Sensei.
So to design complexity, until now, we started from gap between context and form, and this is the general design process. But we try to find out another design process which is called self-linear design processes. Then we try to utilize this method to we find out this method within this kind of building design first, and from individual to group, try to utilize this method to the educational approach first, and try to utilize this method to the public situation, then try to make a real building like this, then with the community, then try to expand the inputs, then try to collaborate with this kind of computer technology right now. So from individual to group, and now and to computation right now. So from now on, I'm trying to utilize this method to more freely in terms of form. This is a small kiosk, tentative kiosk. We made this kiosk like this. And another occasion, this is installation for my exhibition. In order to make people to watch 7 monitors, we try to make this structure in order to make people to walking around the exhibition. Then this is the details. Then made of the paper, then made us very thin elements. Then this is the last one. So we try to make it more continuous and make it more discrete in the future. Then this is it. My talk was about architecture as a form of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Fujimura Sensei. Arigatou gozaimashita. Okay, very nice presentation. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. From now, we will soon have a keynote speech from our second next speaker, Professor Bambang Hariwibisono. But at first, I will read the curriculum. Bambang Hariwibisono is a professor and director of Center for Regional Planning and Development Studies in Universitas Gadjah Mada. He took an architecture undergraduate program in Universitas Gadjah Mada in 1990 and continued his studies at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, USA, majoring in urban planning and transportation engineering in 1988, pursuing his MSc in MSc. Continuing his studies, he then pursued a doctoral program at the University of Melbourne to get his PhD in 1990. The thesis of his last study is Transformation of the Global, the Morphology and Dynamics of a Japanese Street. His research clusters are about urban design, urban planning, and urban heritage, focusing on design thinking and transport planning. He authored several articles published by respectable journals such as Journal of Southeast Asian Architecture in 2003 and Advanced Science Letter in 2017. Bambang Hari Wibisono was also the education and cultural attaché to the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Den Haag in 2013 until 2017. And also as the Deputy Permanent Delegate of the Republic of Indonesia to UNESCO in Paris 2018. And now we will have a presentation from Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono with the title Complexity in Urban Planning and Design. And Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono, the time is yours. And your time is until 10:30. And please don't mute my audio so I can give you your time notification. Okay, the time is yours. Please.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Pramita Sari, for the nice introductions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished participants. It is a great honor for me to be here in this highly esteemed forum today to deliver a keynote speech by sharing a few thoughts aimed at highlighting the current developments, current situations that we are facing, and the trend of developments, as well as to oversee in general what possible future directions of our urban planning and design. Let me now start with my presentations. But before that, I would like also to congratulate the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, especially the organizing committee, for the excellent arrangements of this conference, especially that it has to be conducted during a difficult time due to COVID-19 pandemic. Let me now share my presentation slides. Is it already seen in the screen? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to start my presentations, but then I will have to start with an outline, although it is not necessary for me. The deliberation have to follow in sequence due to the complexity of the issue actually that we want to discuss today. In line with the theme of the conference, which focuses the design, planning, and innovations, I would like to underline that most of us are living in urban environment. We live in an age of cities which are superimposed by various layers and elements on domains. It has been predicted that by the end of this century, it is likely that most of the world's populations will be living in cities and even metropolitans, as urbanizations and globalizations become the widely accepted norm, and as the consequence, our past and valuable rural life has been gradually diminishing. We are living in cities with such a complex system which are shaped by various physical elements and life forces and are ever transforming in almost all dimensions. Not only physically, but also economically, socioculturally, as well as in the meantime, the processes of which to some extent have also been influenced by some political interests. As Michael Petty, on his seminal book entitled The New Science of Cities, he mentioned that, start of the quotations, that cities do not exist in benign environments and cannot be easily closed off from the wider world. In addition, they do not automatically return to equilibrium, for they are forever changing. Indeed, they are always far from equilibrium. Nor are they centrally ordered, but evolve mainly from the bottom up as the products of millions of individual and group decisions, with only occasional top-down centralized actions. In short, cities are more likely to be biological than mechanical systems. End of quote. This idea has led to the shift of the general principles of design and planning from physicalisms, which is mainly concerned with geometry, morphology, and urban form, towards system approach, which is based on the idea of organized entities that are composed of elements or objects and interactions among them. To continue briefly from Michael Petty's brief explanations on physicalisms, he mentioned, start of quote, public responses to the conditions of cities before the industrial revolutions were particularly muted with respect to social concerns. Grand plans in which parts of the city were laid out geometrically in monumental style and implemented by diktat have existed since prehistory, but it was not until the mass migrations from the countryside to fuel the growth of the industrial city, where modern technological innovations were being developed and applied, that public responses to the obvious evils overcrowding became vocal and significant. This was a response to high densities and all the attendant consequences in terms of health and overcrowding. End of quote. Indeed, some of the urban planning and urban design endeavors remain emphasized more on the physical aspects rather than on the social aspects that actually play important roles behind the scenes. An example is the presence of poverty issues and informal sectors in urban areas as detected through slums or squatter settlements, which are commonly neglected up to this moment. Urbanization has destroyed as much as it has built. The solutions lies in developing sustainable methods when dealing with slum dwellers, preserving their traditions of the village and the communities that have lived there for generations. Neither the housing nor forced evictions provide a true solution so far. In fact, yet it must be regarded as an essential element of the system that cannot be separated from urban life and for which more in-depth investigations are still necessary. Undoubtedly, urbanizations will continue to proceed, even bringing more severe impacts on the spatial dimensions of urban areas and regions. And various approaches have been developed according to the growing issues. Many publications have been made offering choices of concepts, which anyway have to be adapted with the local characteristics of the city or the regions. However, What I would like to emphasize during my presentations today are on 4 key concepts most relevant to mention with regard to future urbanizations in Indonesia, the discussion of which will be interrelated one to each other. The first point is smartness, which is associated with technological sophistications and digital connectivity. Secondly, sustainability, meaning development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. The third one is inclusivity, meaning a concern with equity by the provision of opportunities for all, involving multiple spatial, social, and economic factors. And the last one would be resilience, which is measured by the ability to absorb, recover, and prepare for future shocks, which can be economic, environmental, social, as well as institutional stresses. The further advancement of information technology that started in around the year 20, more specifically through the Internet of Things, or IoT, which is popularly known as the development of Industry 4.0, as the continuations of previous stages of industrial development 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, has led to the growing interest for smarter, safer, and more sustainable cities that are responsive to their citizens. While smart city solutions customarily focus on digital optimizations to existing urban infrastructure, this program goes beyond optimizations, in fact. It explores ways in which disruptive technology can significantly enhance planning, design, and management of contemporary cities, aimed for more resilient future. In addition, cities' underlying infrastructure layers can be managed and optimized and help to achieve a more efficient services provided to the people. However, some criticisms have also been addressed due to some reasons, such as confidentiality of the data, the risk of only being available to a small group of people. It promotes a technocratic approach to city planning and governance, as well as possibility of creating hackable urban systems. The specific questions raised with regard to the development of urban area is then, how significantly has the proliferations of the internet impacted society and the future shape of urban space? The answer that comes to our mind is that the internet has changed everything, including how we communicate, how we work, how we make decisions, and even how people way of thinking. If, however, the internet really has become such a key communications and informations infrastructure governing our social lives, then internet use suddenly becomes a precondition for participations in today's society. That is a new dividing line between social successes and exclusions. People who are digitally illiterate due to lack of access to the internet network or the inability to use gadgets will experience a digital isolation, even digital poverty, which can separate them from the digitally literate group. Uneven development of infrastructure can cause digital divide and further regional disparities. Distinguished conference participants, regardless of how sophisticated and widely spread use of Internet of Things, especially through the development of smart cities and smart regions, allow me to mention just another example how modern-day information technology have also some unintended impacts in the life of our communities, particularly the children. Being introduced to digital world, especially through online games, movie watching, hanging around with social media applications, etc., they now tend to live in their own world and be more individualist and doing less social interactions with their friends, as well as do nothing with physical works. In fact, such conditions is dilemmatic, which need to have proper directions and control of the parents in order to avoid any further negative impacts. Within the context of inclusivity, besides the demographic bonus gained by Indonesia, which can be a real bonus if the younger generations are able to get decent education and facilities to improve their self-quality, there are also quite significant number of children between 0 to 17 years of age, the amount of which is almost 1/3 of the total populations of Indonesia. This means that we have to prepare these generations with decent education and livable urban environments because the future of our country lies on their hands. However, a question is also raised. Have we provided them with necessary facilities based on the rights of the children as articulated in the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child, which was launched in 1990. This convention is known as the most ratified by state parties among all UN conventions, which reflects the strength of the global commitments. The rights include access to health services, education, family life, play and recreations, an adequate standard of living, and to be protected from abuse and harm. In response to the convention of UNICEF, UNICEF has launched a program known as the Child-Friendly City, or abbreviated as CFC, which aims to promote the development of cities, towns, communities, or any systems of local governance to be committed to improving the lives of the children within their jurisdictions by realizing their rights. Few examples of Indonesian cities that have conformed with the criteria set by CFC, such as Surakarta, Surabaya, and Jakarta, maybe some other more cities in Indonesia. But it should be noted that all endeavors must be based on inclusivity principle, meaning that facilities and services provided for children have also be accessible for all. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we now have been blessed by the advanced informations and communication technology for our daily life and work. Can we imagine if virtual communication supported by the advance of digital technology has not been made possible at these difficult yet challenging pandemic situations? Allow me to try to answer these questions through the following explanations. Some of us have probably followed the global news that the declining interest in shopping at brick and mortar stores and the exponential growth in online sales was well-known phenomenon even prior to COVID-19. Many commercial sites were being reimagined as vibrant mixed-use spaces. Could recent events hasten this? And how might office development or other commercial facilities be affected? A sector which was already trending to intensified workspaces such as hotel space and workstations replacing offices and cubicles, being work from home as not just a reality, but for many, that is a great preference. As a consequence, we, planners and urban designers, need to be more innovative in responding to the demand for specific urban spaces. Let me also explain it through another simple illustrations. In the Western culture, or countries with 4 seasons, going to a park is an important part of their life, especially during spring or summer. But for us who live in tropical areas, only very few of us may be interested to enjoy the hot day in the park. This situation has been affected by many factors, of course. However, as we witness nowadays, due to COVID-19 pandemic, there are higher preferences for open spaces, especially for recreations, rather than visiting shopping malls equipped with air conditions, which are prone to be an ideal space for viral transmissions. Meanwhile, shopping facilities in most European countries, such as in the Netherlands, are mostly in the form of row of buildings connected directly by open street networks, which indeed are more resilient than those of enclosed shopping malls. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have to touch upon the issue of sustainability within the context of urban development. So far, sustainability is mostly discussed with regard to economic and environmental viewpoints. The rapid pace of industrializations, especially in countries with developing economies, within almost the last 3 decades, allow for increasingly sustainable developments. Urban developments can be described as the process of human expansion into natural and unsettled areas, especially as a result of an increase in local population density. In more industrialized countries, urban development rates are constant, if not declining, due to consistent settlement and housing patterns, as well as their relatively stable populations and already high levels of infrastructural development. On the other sides, the developing countries are now in the process of industrializing and urbanizing, so they are just the beginning to face the additional challenge of making their developments sustainable for a longer term. Moreover, since most developing countries are now also faced with the pressures of global capitalist system, it is important to note that they have the challenges to promoting urban and sustainable developments in order to prevent them from possibility of encountering stumbling blocks in the form of environmental problem and exhaustion of natural resources. In more specific issues, the more intense use of new and renewable source of energies has been more popular approach as part of the attempts to achieve sustainable development from the environmental point of view and also from the economic point of view. At the global level, all countries are now have the challenge to meet the SDGs targeted to be accomplished in 2030. It is a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all, ideally, which is meant to address the global challenges, including poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradations, peace, and justice. In short, the program is aimed at promoting prosperity while protecting the planet. However, each country has its own issues and problems, seeking for best and effective solutions. Again, especially due to COVID-19, which to some extent may impede the achievements of the goals up to this stage. Looking at sustainability from different spectacles. Nonetheless, as a matter of fact, socio-cultural values can also be a crucial part of sustainability. In this context, what I would like to underline is that it is necessary to make a bold notion on the importance of conservation of our historical values as well as our natural significance. It is necessary for us for not to see that conservation and development as a dichotomy. Instead, we have to see both as two sides of a coin. As early as the 90s, Mohammed Argun argued that conservation should be viewed as a developmental issue. Conservation cannot stand alone without institutional, financial, and other supporting resources, while development in this case should be directed towards maintaining the peculiarity of the object, including its social and cultural dimensions. This underlines the notions that there should be a balance between the development of urban spaces towards fulfilling the growing demand for space and the conservation of our cultural and natural heritage. For Indonesia, this is very important due to our richness of historical past, both tangibles and intangibles, and also the dynamic of urban developments. Without the great commitments of all stakeholders, the integrations of both cannot be accomplished. At the global level, a whole lot of conventions have been made by UNESCO and ratified by many state parties, which again, this fact reflects the vigorous global commitment for conservation aimed for supporting a global peace. I think we all agree that to get the inscriptions from UNESCO for our heritage assets should not be considered as the ultimate goal. Rather, the inscriptions have to be taken as a tool for reminding us to continuously maintain the conservation status, especially to guarantee the outstanding universal values of them. A number of inscriptions have been obtained by Indonesia. However, the big challenge for us is also to maintain them. Unfortunately, few of them have been put in the list in danger by UNESCO, such as the tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra, which due to some threats posed by poaching, illegal loggings, agricultural encroachments, and plans to build roads through the sites. This is just an example to illustrate how conservation and development have to be conducted in a more integrated manner. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be quite interesting to briefly mention the current issue of building the new capital city of Indonesia to East Kalimantan. Regardless of the overburdened Jakarta as the present capital city, this general idea to move the capital city is relatively fine. But what I would like to highlight here is that it will be done not starting from a scratch. There live local communities, including trans-migrants who have lived there for generations. It will not be a simple way of ignoring and excluding them from the proposed system, both in the planning process and when the plan will be implemented. Evictions or relocations undoubtedly will not be the best solution for the sake of inclusivity. It is urgently necessary to carefully identify their potentials and their problems to adapt with the proposed systems in order to set up decent policies with regard to the positions of local communities within the new environmental settings. Importantly, lessons from the development of Jakarta as a capital city should be taken into considerations. It is also understandable that comments from global communities have been raised with regard to environmental issues due to the new development that will take place in one of the world's few rainforests, which is considered as the Earth's lungs. In this sense,
Professor Ambang
Yep.
Ferry, your time
Yep.
is 3 minutes left. 3
Yes.
minutes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In this sense, environmental sustainability can be a major issue, even though a sophisticated approach will be proposed to take care of it. Anyway, this case might be the issue that best to be discussed through the 4 key concepts, which is smartness, sustainability, inclusivity, and resilience. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to return an issue related to resilience with a specific regard to current pandemic situations. I think we all agree that our urban life and physical forms of our living environment, earlier I pointed out that is ever transforming or undergoing dynamic changes, which we commonly explain as facing a number of shocks and stressors that in turn demand for resilience. In order to respond to that, various ideas and concepts have been developed to cope with the issue of resilience, which are mostly related to natural disasters such as floods, typhoons, earthquakes, or also to social unrest, which can also be from terrorism. In fact, urban resilience is strongly associated with the pandemic situations like what we have experienced today. However, the spread of COVID-19 was not clearly predicted at the beginning, and even people were still unsure that it would become much worse when the outbreak initially took place in Wuhan in February 2020. Shockingly, indeed, it becomes a pandemic that spreads rapidly throughout the world, while in fact that almost 90% of all cases and epicenters of the pandemic across the countries are in cities. Nonetheless, population density does not always correlate with the high incidence of the pandemic. Rather, poverty and deprivation, poor planning, inadequate infrastructure, and most importantly, the low awareness of the community on the importance of health protocols. Within the context of urban space developments, let me just go quickly on the importance of these questions. That what is to become of our urban environments post-COVID-19? Public spaces with general indicator of success that the more people visit the place and conduct activities there, the more lively it is. It seems to be inappropriate nowadays. Rather, spaces that have to be planned, designed, and managed, considering that overcrowding tend to make it difficult to follow recommended measures such as social distancing, physical distancing, and self-isolations like this. The second one is urban density, which has been the major concern of urban developments, especially for city centers or CBDs, for the sake of spatial and land efficiency, will also be an important point to be revisited, in which the emphasis on strictly distinguishing between capacity and carrying capacity. I could not find any better illustrations than this in order to explain the difference between capacity on the left side and carrying capacity on the right side. Thirdly, in regard to urban public transport, the better services of which are normally provided in order to combat urban problems, particularly traffic congestions, air pollutions, and inefficiencies. But now the number of passengers have to be limited, which of course will not exactly meet at least one of the above principles. And lastly, overall, now considering the realities of COVID-19, including physical distancing, closure of public spaces, limiting social interactions, and restricting access to public businesses, is a nutshell that antithesis of the policy context that has underscored planning and development decision-making for over 20 years. In brief, since COVID-19 pandemic tend to change almost everything of our life, a long list of lessons will probably be made and demand for creative solutions. At least in general, we all agree that a contingency plan is always necessary in order to prepare our cities and region to become more resilient to whatever bad situation that might happen in the future. Distinguished participants of the conference, just to wrap up my talk, please allow me to draw a special attention to our positions at a specific region, the Asia Pacific, the trend that the Asian and Pacific region became majority urban in 2019, which is the first time in the human history. Let me also to conclude my talk today by recalling upon an important notions delivered by Professor Kishore Mahbubani, a Singaporean philosopher, former diplomat, and academician, on his keynote address at the Symposium of Social Science, Rethinking the Social World in the 21st Century. A few weeks ago, he has warned us that the world is entering a global Asian new order, and he has called on researchers in the Asia-Pacific region to shed Western dominance of the social sciences. He mentioned that a shift of power to Asia is taking place, and the 21st century will be the century of Asia. We need to be very clear about that, and there is absolutely no doubt. That's what he said. This means that it is now the time and the challenge for all of us to develop new concepts and even new theories based on our own situations. Since Western theories, most of which will probably most likely no more appropriate and applicable to our situations. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's about it that I can share for today. I do hope that all of the materials that I present today can bring few further inspirations for all of us to set up our next steps for both planning practices and for scientific research, as well as for the development of our body of knowledge in urban planning and urban design. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope the conference will be a great success. Wish you all safe and healthy. Wish you all the best. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono, for the keynote speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have already listened and enjoyed Paul's presentation from our keynote speakers. Again, thank you very much for Architect Ryuji Fujimura and Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono. Thank you for a very nice presentation today as a keynote speech. And I return this session to the Master of Ceremony, to Ms. Patu and Ms. Aulia. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ryuji Fujimura, Professor Bambang, and Dr. Diananta. Aulia, for me that was an amazing session delivered by our keynote speakers and moderated by Dr. Diananta, because I might say that maybe this is the one and only chance for me to gain knowledge from both of them at the same time.
Same goes to me, Patu. This is what we mean, that this event provides the best speakers and most suitable theme for this year. I do hope all the audiences could feel the same thing as we wish to. Before ending the session, we would like to ask Mr. Ryuji Fujimura, Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono, and Dr. Diananta to take a group photo to capture this session. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you for your great session, Mr. Ryuji Fujimura and Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono. And for Mr. Ryuji Fujimura and Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono, you may turn off your camera. Thank you so much. And Dr. Diananta, you could stay in the main stage until we start the invited speaker session. And now we will listen to the opening speech delivered by Director of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Profesor Insinyur Panut Mulyono, Master of Engineering, Doctor of Engineering, Insinyur Profesional Utama, ASEAN Engineer, before we start the invited speaker session.
Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Wasis Wildan, and Vice Deans, Honorable Chairman of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Sarwati, my colleague, professors, and lecturers in the Department of Architecture and Planning, distinguished invited speakers, Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Wasis Wildan, and Vice Deans, Honorable Chairman of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Sarwati, my colleague, professors, and lecturers in the Department of Architecture and Planning, distinguished invited speakers, Profesor Bambang Hari Wibisono, Profesor Taro Igarasi, Dr. Manfredo Manfredini, Dr. Devisari Tunas, Architect Wang Sengduan, and Miss Duja Krause, honorable guest, partner, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon all of you. On behalf of Universitas Gadjah Mada, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the 5th Biannual Indonesian Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, Iciap 2020, hosted by the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. In particular, I would like to extend my gratitude to the distinguished invited speakers. Please allow me also to express my sincere appreciation to the committee, participants, guests, and partners. It is unfortunate that we have to conduct this conference virtually due to the global pandemic of COVID-19. But I'm sure, however, this will not weaken the meaning of this event. While we are sad we cannot see each other in person, it is undeniable how this global pandemic has provided us with opportunities and new insight of doing things. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Industrial Revolution 4.0 create new, unprecedented, and unpredictable emerging technologies which influence transformation of building, neighborhood, and urban systems. The process incorporates dynamic change, allowing flexible intervention and management around architecture and planning system. The previous conference in 2018 explored the idea of design and planning in disruptive era, both critically examining the effect of disruptive innovation in design and planning, including but not limited to its application and policy response. In 2020, the 5th Iciap will explore how complexity in design and planning could be managed to result effective and innovative solution for the ever-evolving world. This conference will allow participants to discuss challenges and opportunities of the digitalization, which often trigger innovation at the first place, and its effect on architecture, planning, and governance. This is aligned with the vision and mission of Universitas Gadjah Mada to be excellent and innovative world-class university, and to carry out education, research, and community service, as well as preservation and development of knowledge that is excellent and useful for the society. We are honored and humbled to many experts who have attended this year's conference. We thank the speakers for the expertise and knowledge that will bring to support a great discussion during the conference. Special thanks are also extended to the organizing committee members for their hard work, as well as to the invited speakers, presenters, partners, and participants for joining and contribution to this conference. We are also very grateful to the Department of Architecture and Planning, as well as to the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, for the tremendous support they have provided as hosts of this conference. For unfinished business, this event should impact the field of science, technology, and also humanity. I'm expecting this conference will also provide us better linkage and friendship. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges. I hope you all enjoy this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That was a noteworthy speech delivered by Professor Panut. And now, respected audiences, we are about to enter the next session. This session will be the invited speaker session. As mentioned before, we have several invited speakers as follows. Professor Taro Igarashi from Tohoku University, Ms. Dinja Krause from United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, and Associate Professor Nirawan Serisakul from Chulalongkorn University.
Thank you, Patu. The invited speaker session will also be moderated by Dr. Diananta, and it will last for 2 hours until 12 p.m. There will be presentation sessions from the invited speakers, and after that, there will be a panel discussion session for 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering the invited speaker session. And as mentioned, today we will have 3 invited speakers. The first is Professor Taro Igarashi. And before invite Professor Taro Igarashi to have presentation through video, I will read his curriculum vitae. Taro Igarashi is a professor of Tohoku University Graduate School of Engineering since 2009. He graduated from the University of Tokyo and earned his MA and PhD in Engineering, History, and Architecture Criticism from the same university. Before his current position, Igarashi served as a member of the Agency for Cultural Affairs Advisory Committee and the Promotion of Culture and Arts from 2007 to 2009. Igarashi has contributed numerous articles and essays to magazines and newspapers and authored many publications such as Lives of Contemporary Japanese Architects in 2011 and Vuitton Art, Fashion, and Architecture in 2009. Igarashi has also curated architecture exhibitions such as Aichi Triennale in 2013 and was the commissioner for the Japanese Pavilion at the 11th International Architecture Exhibition Venice Biennale in 2008. And today's presentation's title is Contemporary Japanese Architecture, History, and... Okay, for the host, please share the video of Professor Taro Igarashi's presentation.
exhibition which will be held in Los Angeles, London, and Sao Paulo. So I will trace complexity in Japanese architecture through the exhibition which I am involved. Today's speech is composed in 3 segments. In first part, I would like to talk about the relationship between architecture in Japan with its history or criticism. I joined the exhibition project of Chuta Ito. He was the first architectural historian in Japan. This is a diagram of world architecture which Ito conceived. Lower right circle indicates sphere of Western architecture and left big circle is Oriental. Let's pay attention to upper small ring sticks out from Oriental circle. This is Japanese architecture which is evolving, taking new dimension to the future. As an architect, Ito designed in full eclecticism, using Romanesque style for university facilities and Indian style to a Buddhism temple. Opposed to modernism, looking into the identity for Japanness, new style was invented in 30s. It was called Imperial Crown style, where a Japanese style roof is placed on top of a building with modern structure. This was a reflection on concept Wakon Yosai. This word means split inside of the head is Japanese, but also using Western technology. This is similar to old movie, Return of the Fly, where a head of fly is artificially placed onto a human body. Modernism in 50s and 60s, Kenzo Tange's building tried to reinterpret traditional architecture. The pattern of small beams under the eaves was inspired by same parts of old temple. Both has very fine line in similar fashion. Rafters in temple were transformed through modernism language. This reminds me of morph infusion in the remake movie The Fly. Body of human and fly were merged complicatedly. This is a fusion of DNA level. There was ideological problems between modernism and architectural history. State Shintoism highly influenced the discourse of building during the wartime in Japan. When Hideto Kishida was asked what was the difference between Japanese architecture and Chinese architecture, he answered, Japanese architecture is based on straight lines, but Chinese architecture comes from curved line. In another book, Kishida wrote, Shrine is simple and used straight lines, while Buddhist temple, which came from the Asian continent, has many curves with many decorations. His theory intended to link Shinto shrine, which expressed the purity of Japan, to modernism, while separating it from the Buddhist temple influenced by China. The nationalist theory of evolution recommends the transition from curved line to straight line. He theorized very traditional Shinto building can be connected to modern design. During the 30s, Bruno Taut stayed Japan and wrote several books on Japanese architecture, also connecting to modernism. Taut considered Shogun's mausoleum is too decorative and crude. On the other hand, Katsura Villa for Emperor and Ise Shinto Shrine are very modern and practical. According to him, there are 2 genealogies of architecture in Japan, one based on Emperor and the other on Shogun. In the religious term, Shinto versus Buddhism. Next is similar explanation through use of photograph. Hideto Kishida took pictures by himself and published several photograph collections. Book, Construction of the Past, focused on traditional architecture, but pictures are taken in dynamic composition. We can recognize modernistic perception to the past. Kishida also took pictures of Kyoto Gosho, Imperial Palace, and published a photo collection book. He created virtual modernism in the space of a photograph using traditional architecture. He published another photo collection book, Construction Today, which included pictures of industrial facilities. In similar fashion to Bauhaus and Le Corbusier, Kishida showed a new sense of modernism through unknown industrial structures. These 2 pages shows Japanese historical building and the work of Miss van der Rohe. We can see very similar between 2 pictures. But in fact, 2 buildings are different. To create Empire Crown style, Japanese roof was put on modern structure, but in this case, methodology is reversed. Also trimmed the roof from traditional building and create modernistic expression in the photograph. Here is a picture of Imperial Villa, Katsura, one of most famous traditional architecture in Japan. I would like to experiment with this. If I trim the roof, modern architecture appears in the photograph. Yasuhiro Ishimoto, a photographer, published books on Katsura. He actually studied at the New Bauhaus and learned modernism. This was the way photograph expressed modern representation of Katsura to the world. Next, I would like to talk about 50s and 60s theory on Japanness in architecture. An editor, Noboru Kawazoe, triggered interesting debate concerning the tradition. This debate referred to ancient styles, Jomon and Yayoi. Jomon is the name of a prehistoric era in Japanese history based on vital dynamic spiral styles of pottery. Jomon style has complicated form, and the Yayoi style is more refined, simple, and kind of geometric. Seiichi Shirai declared Jomonness in architecture, which referred to crude but dynamic private house. In this point of view, refined Katsura Villa belongs to Yayoi, Jomon connected to democracy side, and Yayoi to aristocracy side. Of course, Shirai is architect of Jomon, and Kenzo Tange is architect of refined Yayoi style. At the same time, during the period brutalism was prominent, Jomon taste also reflected this trend. Before the debate in architectural world, contemporary artist Taro Okamoto has actually recognized Jomon as important concept for expression. The direct battle between Jomon and Yayoi took place in Osaka exposition. This big roof was designed by Kenzo Tange, which has a rational structure. After Okamoto participated in this project and proposed to build the Tower of Sun, which pierced the roof. As a avant-garde artist, he recommended coexistence of poles apart at the same time. So in Expo, we can see creative dialogue between Jomon and Yayoi. How to use the city exhibition, which I have planned, was the first solo show of Atelier Powwow. They took advantage of smallness of narrow site to produce little houses with unique forms. While cities and residential areas in Japan are usually considered as having poor site conditions, Atelier Powwow has a way of leading them positively. They have also done fieldwork projects such as Made in Tokyo, through which they had made some very interesting observations of the city. They discovered interesting building which has various programs, but which actually proved to be functional. For instance, the low concrete mix apartment is a combination of concrete factory, company housing, and parking for concrete mixers. It is not beautiful, yet highly practical and convenient. Next, I had organized Shuei Endo and So Fujimoto's Architecture of New Geometry exhibition, in which I requested them to show installation that could provide real spatial experience. So Fujimoto made K-House. It was a polystyrene house as one-to-one model. Visitors can enter and wander through the space, and even a table, sofa, bed, and toilet were installed. Fujimoto is not trying to refine existing geometries. He aims to reform the field of geometry itself. The plan of K-house consists of large continuous walls intertwined to form double rings where the walls intersect. Each wall opens respectively on the bottom or top, resulting in a turbulent space where interior and exterior mutually pierce through one another. There are no partitions to the room and everything is connected by winding corridor. If the ordinary geometry of right angles and parallel lines gives clear order to architecture, this new geometry of curves creates a place of complexity and diversity. For the competition for the Aomori Museum of Art, Fujimoto's entry regrettably placed second. The scheme consisted of zigzag walls that shoot through the forest, providing continuous space that open up to multitude of directions. The appearance of mobile phones and internet has changed our perception of space and distance. The notion of being far but near, we can easily communicate with a person in a distant place. The opposite also occurs when the near is far. This is a condition where we can be beside one another yet be connected to a separate space. Space of these kinds are made by Fujimoto in project for Annaka Environmental Art Forum. The push of formless spaces within an amorphous plan. Fujimoto asserts that this radial organization makes it possible to realize the odd condition of being separate while sharing a space or being attached while at a distance. By taking the form of a starfish, adjacent rooms are shifted out of view, but visual connectivity is maintained between the distant rooms opposite. In other words, it is a space that is simultaneously distant and linked. Toyo Ito's Sendai Mediatek also achieved a new architectural model for the age of communication technology. Through the use of an innovative tube structure, but Fujimoto's architecture can be designed by low-tech means without the aid of computers. Yet it still captures a quality of space similar to the internet, even without large image monitors, kinetic devices, or the communication technologies. New spatial concepts can be still expressed through architecture. Foreground of K-house is installation by Shue Endo. He proposed paramodern architecture and adapts dynamic geometry in his works. As a judge for art competition, I selected Junya Ishigami's proposal. Table is a supernaturally thin structure, which he created for the exhibition. It has a tabletop 9.5 meters long and only 3 millimeters thick. I was commissioner of Japanese pavilion in Venice Biennale. Extreme Nature was a project to build small greenhouses around the pavilion. Ishigami realized extremely graceful, independent one-to-one buildings. The physical presence of the space for plants is so slight, they merge into natural environment. Inside the pavilion, we did not put any models. There were only white chair and delicate drawing on the wall. He showed utopia of architecture and plants. For the project Kaito workshop, he opens up an unprecedented world. The flat bar columns appear to stand randomly at first glance, yet they maintain a structural balance as entirely. He used computer program to calculate each form and layout of class. Looking at the plan is like viewing the stars of the night sky rather than a building. And the boundary between natural and artificial geometry become ambiguous. Ishigami created new type of one-room pavilion, completely different from modernism. I produced this project at Yokohama Triennale 2008. This is a Ie no Ie project, house model in life size, designed by Akihisa Hirata, showing divided roof shape, which was inspired by natural mountain ridge. I want to call such kind of design alternative modern as possible modernism. I think modernism reduced to simplicity and postmodernism expressed complexity, but alternative modern is both simple and complexity. In 2011, big earthquake attacked eastern part of Japan. Disaster of March 11 had great impact on the architectural world. Architects could not simply stand by and watch. Throughout the country, they rose up and began asking themselves what architecture can do. They moved forward with a variety of projects. Therefore, I planned this world touring exhibition. Cancellation of Zaha Hadid's project for National Olympic Stadium also indicated difficult situation of architects in Japan. When Tange Kenzo designed Olympic Stadium in the 60s, that was highly regarded for fusing traditional Japanese forms with modernist design. In period of high economic growth, architects could behave in an enlightening manner towards the public and created new space for democracy. Architecture since March 11 was guest curated by me and community designer Ryo Yamazaki. This exhibition showcased architects using workshop to explore form in ongoing discussion with local residents. The first section of March 11 exhibition focused on the Home for All by group led by Toyo Ito. He listened to the voices of survivors of disasters and created small places for people together in prefab temporary housing block for refugees. The Home for All in Rikuzen Takata was selected for the Japanese pavilion at the Venice Biennale and was awarded a Golden Lion Prize. The exhibition also introduced network like Arcade, which was founded by younger architects immediately aftermath of March 11 to offer reconstruction support. Arcade went into small fishing villages that tend to get less attention than more urbanized damaged areas to listen carefully to the opinions of the residents while proposing forms of development that fit to the local. In the section Building with Users, we introduced Iciap. His work demonstrates how user involvement and good design can coexist. When Arai was designing on Funato Rias Hall, he held over 50 workshops that included local government and residents. Despite the fact that the project site was great distance from his Tokyo office. The early concept for the building centered on concert hall, but because many people said they wanted a library, the building changed into a combined cultural facilities with both hall and library. Then people visit every day, even when there are no performances. Furthermore, the original plan was for a simple rectangular space, but the design changed in accordance with participant opinions and finally ended up with a unique form. It became a new landmark in the old regional town. When the town of Ofunato was hit on March 11, Diaz Hall served as a refugee center for the many people who lost their homes. In Japan, usually gymnasiums of school are used to house refugee center, but when they have to live in such wide open space, survivors are completely visible and unable to relax. The design of Diaz Hall was based on a metaphoric representation of Diaz coastline. The interior is split into segments, so it could afford small private spaces for individual families. Buildings without flexibility will not be comfortable places. In emergency, we might say that it was an element of non-functionality in Diaz Hall that made it successful. In another example, Ryuji Fujimura developed a system for defining designs in the planning stages by incorporating collective knowledge gathered through polling, in which people vote on multiple plans. Examining the results of the polls, they incorporated and fused together the good ideas, making another group of models for which they held another round of voting. Ryo Yamazaki is representative of a new type. Coming from a background in landscape design, he is now active as a community designer, getting involved in urban development and workshops around Japan, creating systems to make connection among people. Yamasaki approaches architecture from the side of the users, thinking together with people about questions like, why are we building something? How can we utilize what we already have? He often plays the role of intermediary between local governments and architects, and is moving forward with unique project with Jun Aoki, Kuniko Inui, and Toyo Ito. The transformation of the role of architect is going on. March 11 disaster were also moments for people to think about social contribution. Architects expanded their professional capacity to survive in the post-growth era. Their skills are the ability to do research and synthesize disparate input, the literacy to do deep spatial reading, and strong communication skills. Looking at Architectural Institute of Japan Award, the highest architectural design award in Japan, the number of public facility projects that involved users in their design process suddenly increased in 21st century. The disaster of March 11 made those transformations conclusively visible. Once architects could simply give home to public spaces, but now architects take on the complicated modalities of contemporary society. They must construct relationships. I propose calling relational architecture. This coined word references trends in contemporary art. What I had in mind is the term relational art, which got attention in the late 90s through the work of artists like Liquid Tiravania. Relational art has been applied to experiments appearing in creating conditions, places, and events as opposed to objects and installations. However, it is difficult to place the design of relationality within a longer history. Relational architecture has only just started in various regions, and its achievement will become more clear in time. Perhaps relational architecture will need new axes of evaluations, like sustainability of projects and its potential to evolve its ability to foster civic pride, its quality of management, the long-term costs, the involvement of residents, and the ways in which building comes to be loved. Relational architecture is still insufficiently established and not theorized well, because there is not enough discourse of relational architecture or criteria for its evaluation. It must be built up through debate and critical practice. However, I again emphasize my stance that downplaying the power of object design and visual design would be a mistake. We must not overlook the things that can only be accomplished through architectural design, and should take care not to lapse into a simplistic binary of social efficacy versus strong form. Rather, it is possible for design that fuses them. This may well be the great design of the future. Thank you.
The presentation from Professor Taro Igarashi through the video. And now we are going to listen to the second presentation from our second invited speaker. But before, I will read the CV of Dunja Krause. Dunja Krause is a research officer at the UN Research Institute for Social Development, or UNRISD, and leads UNRISD's work on climate justice with a focus on just transition to low carbon development and transformative adaptation to climate change in coastal cities. She coordinates a project that seeks to understand adaptation, decision-making processes, and barriers to transformative solutions in the case studies of Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and Jakarta, Indonesia, with the objective to inform inclusive policy making in the context of Southeast Asian coastal city. A geographer by training, she has previously worked at the United Nations University Institute for Environment and Human Security from 2009 to 2014, focusing on vulnerability assessments to natural hazards, of a global risk index, and the evaluation of climate change adaptation options in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta. Dunja previously held a shorter post from 2008 to 2009 with the United Nations Environment Programme in Vienna, working on the interlinkages between environment and security and transboundary environmental cooperation as a means of conflict prevention. And today's presentation title is Cities from Whom? Transformative Adaptation and its Potential to Promote Social Justice in Tackling the Climate Crisis. Okay, for Ms. Dunja Krause, the time is yours, and your time is until 11:45, so about 25 minutes. It's okay?
We'll try.
Okay, please, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen with you. Can you see my slides now? Yes. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, thank you, first of all, very much to the organizers for the invitation to share some of my reflections and insights into this topics of cities for whom. I wanted to note, you already mentioned it, that I'm not a planner or architect by training, but I'll approach the topic with a combination of my own professional background as a geographer and also my current hat as a research officer at the UN Research Institute for Social Development. I will speak about broadly questions of social justice and climate change adaptation, which I hope you will find relevant for planning, as it will speak to the theme of complexity and also the need for innovative design and planning in order to accomplish the kind of transformation that will help us achieve the globally agreed sustainable development goals. I think it will follow also to some extent on the keynote speech we heard this morning from Professor Wibisono, who spoke about inclusive cities. But before I start, allow me to just say a few words about our institute and the areas of work, just to give you an idea of where we're coming from. UNRIST, as we call it in short, is an independent research and policy analysis institute that is seated within the United Nations. So it gives us, the UN gives us a normative framing to do our work, and our mission is to ensure that social equity, inclusion, and justice are central in development, thinking, planning, and practice. We have a focus on addressing emerging and neglected issues and voices in our work. And on the right side of my slide, you can see our current areas of work tackle 4 issues. So we're a fairly small institute. We can't cover all areas that may be relevant, but we have these 4 main programs dealing with questions of social policy for development and how that can be transformative, gender dimensions of development, social and solidarity economy as an alternative approach to organizing the economy to achieve the sustainable development goals, and climate justice, which is the area that I'm tackling. All of our work has to be relevant for the UN and its member states. So one of our key recent flagship reports, for example, unpacked the whole concept of transformative change and looked at a range of policy innovations that could help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, we recognize that there is a whole range of urgent global challenges that countries are currently facing, COVID being one of them, obviously, many of which are complex and interlinked. Today, I will speak mainly about, sorry, I haven't highlighted all of them. Today, I will speak mainly about climate change, inequality, lack of decent work and social protection, and social protection and poverty. So I won't go into all of the details of the climate crisis as an unprecedented global challenge that we will need to address with global solutions. You may have seen versions of these warming stripes that you see up here that show annual average temperatures compared to the average over the period from 1971 to 2000. So every year that was colder than that reference period is shown in a shade of blue, and everything that is warmer than the reference period is shown in red. This one that I used here shows the data for Indonesia from 1901 to 2019, which shows us on this really clear path to a much warmer world. The IPCC special report on the impact of 1.5 degrees of warming has alerted us also to the significant risk we are facing if we do not manage to really drastically reduce our emissions and limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And what I wanted to show here is just the risk of coastal flooding, which I'm sure in Indonesia you're very aware of, which is already in the red zone at 1.5 degrees. So red indicates severe and widespread impacts and risks. This is just to kind of show you the impacts that we are looking at and the reasons why we as a Social Development Institute are also interested in climate change. For us, the scientific background and the issue of modeling climate crisis, etc., is not the main interest point. But we look at the climate crisis because we see it as really a defining challenge of our time that risks undoing a lot of the development progress that has been made in recent decades, but especially also because we understand the climate crisis not just as an environmental crisis, but as a crisis of social justice. Some of you may remember this image of an underwater cabinet meeting that the Maldives held in 2009 in order to call for global climate action just before the Copenhagen Climate Summit. because climate change is threatening the very existence of many low-lying islands and areas. Climate change is fraught with this injustice that the lowest emitters face the highest risks. But also within countries, we see often inequalities and injustices where lower income population are often more vulnerable and exposed to the impacts of climate change and weather-related extreme events than the higher income people. Now, on top of this inequality of climate change, we also see that climate policies in themselves can actually reinforce these inequalities and injustices because they often focus first and foremost on the economic or the environmental dimensions and not the social dimensions of sustainable development. Now, why then focus on cities? For us, that is obvious. We've heard we're living in an increasingly urban world. Cities contribute 80% of global GDP, also 70% of global energy consumption, and 70% of global carbon emissions. So cities are, on the one hand, really the places where we create much of our global wealth and income, but also contributor to the problem of climate change. And at the same time often portrayed as the front runners in sustainability, because of course in cities we do see a lot of effects around creativity and innovation, and we see a lot of good examples coming from cities that try to tackle emissions reduction, etc. Now, just to kind of show you a few slides on the global picture, this one just shows you basically the percentage of urban population for broad world regions going from 1950 to 2018 in the middle, and then 2050 on the right. And you can see Asia in green here. We're already at like almost 60%, expected to go over 70% in Asia. Just to show you really again that the entire world is rapidly urbanizing. And that's a trend that's unlikely to stop anytime soon. Now, our project focuses actually on coastal cities. And this next picture of cities by size class of urban settlement projected to 2030 might give you an indication of why. We see that many of the largest cities in the world, shown in red here, are located along the coastlines. So while we know that climate change is coming and that sea level rise is going to affect much of the coastal areas, we do keep growing basically exactly in those locations that are very vulnerable and exposed. Now, what we also know is that in pretty much every update of a climate model or of an exposure model, the message seems to become more dire and severe every time. What we see here is a study that was done and published in Nature Communications in 2019 that estimates just basically the area that will be below water level in 2100 according to two different models. And you will see basically in this darker shade of purple areas that were supposed to be inundated based on the based on the SRTM model that has been used in much of the climate predictions. And in this lighter shade, you actually see how much larger the area will be in many cases if we use a more accurate model. So this is actually not changing the assumptions behind climate change and the scenarios for emissions. This is only precision of the model increasing, showing us that much vaster areas are going to be inundated than we had previously assumed. This does also not yet account for any kind of population growth or migration. If we add on top of those exposure estimates, the urban development that is happening in the low elevated coastal zones around the world, the picture again becomes more severe and threatening. So this top map doesn't really show like a very alarming picture, but if we zoom in, we can see here on the bottom in blue, the low elevated coastal zone. So that's everything that is below 10 meters of sea level and hydrologically connected to the sea. We see that the urban expansion by 2030 happening in red is especially high in many developing regions around the world. So on the left-hand side, we actually see Miami, which is not growing so much in the low elevated coastal zone. Then we see Port Harcourt in Nigeria and Shanghai in China, and there really we see a lot of expansion happening in those low elevated coastal zones. The authors of the same study also estimate that 28% of urban land in Southeastern Asia will be located in high-frequency flood zones. So those flood zones include inland areas as well, but just imagine that 82% of urban land in high-frequency flood zones. Now, of course, we know that climate and weather-related extremes are not the only problem cities are facing. In many developing regions, urbanization is to a fair share informal and unplanned. It is estimated that currently around 1 billion people all over the world live in informal settlements and slums. This is data for 2018. And with the biggest share of those, 370 million actually, people in Eastern and Southeastern Asia. Now, what does that give us as like a picture for cities? You will have seen images like this. There's stark contrast often between the formal and planned parts of the city and the informal and unplanned and squatter settlements that are often, especially along the waterways, rivers and canals. This one is an aerial picture from Mumbai, but similar images are really can be found all over the world. We see here, for example, this really stark contrast between a high-end neighborhood on the right that is just really 2 footsteps and a wall away from a largely unplanned informal favela in Sao Paulo. Now, you can imagine that the lived experience of people on either side of this wall is extremely different from each other's. What we can see in a lot of planning is that the visions of those who are behind the planning and the lived experience of people living in poverty and informality are fundamentally different. So, of course, in a lot of the planning, what we are aiming for are modern cities, are global cities, are often waterfront cities and centers of wealth and capital accumulation. Somehow, informal settlements are usually not part of these visions. And that makes, to some extent, sense. We don't plan informal settlements, right? But we cannot really tackle sustainability and development if we don't account for these realities on the ground. Using aspirational assumptions of economic growth, rising middle and upper classes, those developments and plans don't leave a lot of room for poverty and informality. So how then can we actually achieve the 2030 agenda that promises to leave no one behind if we ignore informal dwellers and their often significant contributions to urban economies? You will all know that informal workers have a very special part in all of those cities. They are providers of taxi services, of food, of all kinds of services that other people rely on in their daily life. Now, at the moment, I think the majority of planning still clashes quite a bit with some of these realities. And I think it is very important that we come to a place where we can somehow accept the reality on the ground and find a way where we do not simply displace people who are in informal settlements, but actually acknowledge that they're there and try and find a way that works for all. Now, The Guardian actually went as far as calling an urban development project in Nigeria a herald of climate apartheid that will create a green enclave for the ultra-rich, shielding them from floods and storms, while a surplus population scrambles for depleting resources in the surrounding slums. Now, I'm not saying that we should stop planning modern and sustainable cities for the future, but I am saying that we have to stop ignoring or downplaying the effects that such planning has on people in informality. Isabel Angelovsky and her colleagues analyzed equity impacts of urban land use planning for climate adaptation and looked at 4 types of interventions in 8 different cities across the globe. And she and her colleagues came up with this really useful framing that distinguishes 2 categories of urban adaptation injustices. So she says in urban adaptation, we can see acts of commission and acts of omission. Meaning, acts of commission is when planning interventions directly negatively affect or displace poor communities through provision of protective infrastructure that basically needs the resettlement of people along the canals, for example. But also acts of omission, which basically omits the visions and the existence of poor people by protecting and prioritizing elite groups at the expense of urban poor. So we see that happening quite a lot because, of course, economic growth is a priority in many areas of the world. And when we prioritize this growth, we tend to prioritize wealthier households, also centers of commerce and financial assets over the informal and poor settlements. Now, I want to zoom in on this question. Oops, sorry. I want to zoom in on this question of informality and resettlement a little bit more, because I think that is something that is really a key issue where we need to basically come up with better and more innovative solutions that are creative and that don't simply displace people. Because I think at the moment what is happening is that a lot of plans are aiming to reduce exposure to floods. And for those to take place, the informal settlements often have to go, because otherwise it's impossible to build an embankment system. And they operate on the assumption that displacing people, reducing their exposure, taking them out of the informality will also improve their living conditions. So it's actually better for them. This is often not really based on people's needs. They're not consulted in this. And I think one of the key points is that we really need a comprehensive strategy needed to ensure that access to public services and social protection are granted in order to also reduce resale rates. So what we can often see is people in informal settlements are being resettled to a relocation site that is far away from their livelihood base. And they actually end up selling that place or not even building their own relocation house, but just kind of end up in a new informal settlement elsewhere. And that, of course, is not sustainable. Now, on the right-hand side here, we actually see a project that aimed to do this a little bit differently in Vietnam. It shows a pilot that employed social workers all along the resettlement project that spoke to every household affected, and that also took up some suggestions of the local people in the design of the house to make sure that it's actually suitable to their needs. I wanted to give you this example because I think it's really important that we question whose values actually inform the visions and urban development planning that are being implemented. At the moment, for obvious reasons, planning is often based on ideas of a very limited number of experts or elites, which makes sense again to some extent, because we do need to have experts who inform really who come up with innovative strategies and who inform the planning based on considerations around sustainability and modernity. But at the same time, where's the space for social justice concerns? I think we really need to make sure that more voices are being heard, that we actually have a leadership that guides an inclusive transformation process that allows participation.
Ms. Krause,
yes.
Sorry, you still have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That works well, thank you. So we need to make sure that we have this inclusive leadership, bring in people's voices and recognize that even if informal dwellers are not part of our vision for the future, they are there and they need to have a space. Their individual strategies and needs need to be respected. They are also citizens and rights holders, even if they're often not recognized as such. That brings me to the whole idea of transformative adaptation. I think what we need to really build cities that are inclusive and for the future, we need not just kind of large-scale flood protection measures, but a qualitative shift that can also tackle root causes of poverty, inequality, environmental destructions. If we simply focus on large-scale flood protection measures, we will keep creating social problems on the side, and we will keep repeating the same cycles that brings people into informality. Now, it's not just us who say it's important. The IPCC, also 1.5 degree report, actually said adaptation pathway approaches to prepare for 1.5 degree warmer futures would be difficult to achieve without considerations for inclusiveness, place-specific trade-off deliberations, redistributive measures, and procedural justice mechanisms to facilitate equitable transformation. Now, in order to do that, I want to come back to the Sustainable Development Goals. I think one of the key this should really be it is one of the key frameworks that is guiding a lot of our work at the moment. And I think it's important to really always come back to the fact that even if we're addressing planning or if we're addressing climate change, we are always part of a large framework of challenges and goals, and we need to kind of situate ourselves in order to make sure that while we are working here, maybe in number 11 for sustainable cities and communities, we must not basically have our actions negatively influence on climate change, on inequalities, and all of the other goals. I think it's really important to recognize that they're interlinked and that what we need is an integrated policy framework to be able to contribute with planning and architecture to an overall vision of sustainable development. Now, colleagues at the Stockholm Resilience Center came up with this suggestion that kind of turns our development model upside down a little bit, because it takes the biosphere as the largest, biggest kind of denominator at the bottom that really gives us the planetary boundaries and the limits within which we can operate, and that embeds both the society in that and the economy within the society. Now, at first, it might not look like anything that is fundamentally different from what we are doing already. But I think if we do take this idea of an integrated framework seriously, it will involve a quite significant shift in perspective. One that departs from the predominant profit orientation and focus on growth, and towards one that sees economic activities as a means to reach equity and environmental sustainability. So essentially what we're trying to do is build an economy that serves the society and the planet. And I think planning and architecture has a really important role to play here, because it has so much creativity. It can foster innovations and create kind of spaces, public spaces, open spaces for everyone that are inclusive. In practice, that would also imply that we benchmark policies and plans against their transformative outcomes. So we always need to make sure that what we do contributes to economic and political empowerment, to equality and well-being, to active citizenship and agency. So really bring the creativity of people also into our planning and policies. And to come back a step again, sorry, that was my timer. We need to also change global power relations and governance, of course, so that we can actually come to a place where different people and states are on equal footage, and where eco-social norms essentially guide our markets and politics. Let me just close by saying that I believe urban planning and architecture has a very important role to play, as it can build a bridge between public policy and local communities and offer this creative space for innovation and learning that engages communities and builds inclusive spaces. Thank you very much.
Okay. For the very important message from your presentation. Thank you very much again. And okay, finally, we will soon have the third presentation from our third invited speaker. But let me read the curriculum vitae of Assistant Professor of Miramon Serisakul. Miramon Serisakul is an assistant professor at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. She received her Bachelor of Architecture from Chulalongkorn University and MA and Doctor Engineering in Urban Engineering from the University of Tokyo. Since 2005, she has taught urban design at Chulalongkorn University. In 2013, she became a co-founder and director of the Urban Design and UDDC, first urban agency in Bangkok. UDDC is aimed to be a deliberative platform to engage a wide range of stakeholders in the city. It includes local government, public and private sector, and civil society in a decision-making process in order to propose innovative solutions for urban development. UDDC works with local residents and stakeholders in a participatory way, and UDDC has gained the trust of the Thai government, the private sector, and the communities. Key milestone projects of UDDC include Bangkok 250, Good Walk Bangkok, and Yanawa Riverfront, In 2016, Miramon was invited as a fellow of the Collegium de Lyon and an associate researcher in Institute for East Asian Studies, and in Lyon, and also Rives in France. In year 2017, she became an invited professor at the Sciences Po de Lyon, France. And today we will have a presentation from Assistant Professor Miramon Serisakul. And the title is Data Technology and Urban Design, How to Make Bangkok More Walkable. Okay, for Ms. Miramon, are you ready? The time is yours, but your time is about 25 minutes, and I think your time is until 12:15.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Do you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
So thank you for presentation of all speakers. Very interesting, and especially by Professor Cross has mentioned a lot about the challenge of climate change. So maybe my presentation might adding up on that. So data technology and urban design, how to make Bangkok more walkable. So this is one of our projects that we have been doing for 5-6 years already. Everybody knows that, I mean, walkability is a prerequisite for livable city. No livable city is not walkable. This is everybody knows. And walkability has a closely linked to climate change. Professor Cross has mentioned formally. But besides environmental issues, in terms of economics, walkability also has, a great benefit on the city. For example, like income distribution, wealth distribution. As you see in the pictures, this is a picture of the street in Kyoto. So department store is not the answer. I need to tell this to Bangkok and to Thailand because here department store is a central to our life. So this in the walkable city, department store is not the only answer. So in the city that you can walk, your shops can locate anywhere because your clients or pedestrian can, go into every corners in the city. So, and everybody knows that slower you travel, slower you commute, more chances you could spend. So that's why many city reinvest in the, especially in the inner city areas, try to improve the quality of the sidewalk, the network, and also, the walking environment, because it makes, it helps shops, especially small shops, gain prosperity. Many cities has done research, economic impact in relationship with walkability. For example, in city of Melbourne, the income distribution increased 1.5 times before and after the reinvestment in the sidewalk in the inner city area. Besides increasing income distribution, also another benefit is walkability, is cutting down the transportation costs. This is very important for Bangkok city because here we spend so much. The highest in the region in terms of travel expenses. So in the city that you can just pay one time in like a rail or the bus, and first mile or last mile you just walk or bike. So this is very important for people who live in the city. So that is why we need to make our city more walkable, especially in this city, Bangkok. I don't know, I don't have to elaborate how bad the traffic in our city is. This is the world notorious traffic jam in the world for 5 years. So this is every day, morning and evening, people spend time in the cars. According to our research, certain people spend around 800 hours per year in the car, means 1 month and 3 days. So 12 years, you spend 1 year in your car. It means a lot, and you lost a lot. So this is just a quick number to show how, the situation in Bangkok is 800 hours per year in the car, you already know. And every year, the number of the car increase 17%, which is a lot, which is equivalent to 500,000 cars per year increased, and top up to 11 million cars register in this city. So in this city, we have like 1.5 car per capita. And as you know that when you drive your private car, you have already emit 200 grams of carbon monoxide per kilometers. And if you stop, and if the traffic jam and you stop your car, your car stays still, is double. And there's a calculation according to Kasikorn Research Institute. Every day, the car emission, the carbon monoxide from the car, the volume equivalent to the highest building, 23,000 of Mahanakhon building, which is one of the tallest building in the city. So this is a very, this is a very bad, especially in terms of climate change, and also in terms of everything, our health, our economic and everything. So it doesn't mean that our city hasn't invested in the rail or public transit, we invest a lot. I mean, 1 trillion baht from public money invest in developed the rail system in Bangkok and surrounding cities. 12 lines and almost 250 station is going to be built and going to be completed in less than 10 years from now. And since 2008, there's a good trend. This is a reverse from the urban sprawl trend, is returning to the city. Many people move back to live in the city. Of course, it's because of the traffic congestion problem. So this is 2008 has marked as the first year that the unit of residential development in the inner city area is the outnumber from a detached house from the suburban area. So this is quite give a like positive view for our pictures. But actually, the number of the cars that you've seen before is not decreasing. So even you invest a lot on the rail system in the city, but the first mile and the last mile is still very inconvenient to walk, not very safe to walk, very hot to walk. And when it rains, Bangkok, 8 months in a year is rainy season. So it's very difficult to walk. So even you invest a lot in the rail system, but the first mile and the last mile is still unwalkable. So people still don't leave their cars in their home and they still drive a lot. So, when you look at the feeder system, this is one of the feeder system that people use a lot every day, 3 million trips for motorcycle taxi. This is evidence that the city is not walkable. When as soon as you get out from the BTS station, the elevated SkyTrain, the first thing you do is to look for the motorcycle taxi because it's very difficult to walk and very hot and everything that I mentioned. So you take a motorcycle taxi, and this is still the situation. And overall, the pictures about the walkability in the city is still quite inconvenient, unsafe, and unpleasant. So this is the situation not in the fringe, but in the city center. Is in the in the city center, central business district. No crossing, very few crossing, and people have to cross by themselves. Very dangerous. And also nowadays, for 4 years, that Bangkok has been suffer from PM 2.5. Before, it was not so much, but now also thanks to the global situation, climate change. So now Bangkok has suffered a lot from PM 2.5. And according to the studies from many scientific institutions, so the contribution of the PM 2.5 in Bangkok, 70% is from the car emissions. So if we cannot make the city more walkable, make the first mile and last mile more walkable, people don't leave the cars at their home. So this is one of our mission to make Bangkok more walkable. So this is a price when you cannot walk in the city, when you in your city. Yes, of course, the highest travel expense in the region. So 20% is transportation cost. So it's very high. 1/5 is we pay every day for traveling. Of course, opportunity loss, like 1 month and 3 days per year you spend in your car. So in Bangkok, people have a television in their cars because 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening. So you can watch even like one movie. And of course, when you stay a lot in your car, and it makes you, suffer a lot from sedentary diseases. One of that is obesity. So in Bangkok, we have the highest number of the people who suffer from obesity, 44%, compared to average in Thailand. So if walkability is very important for us, for our city, and for our individual wellness situation. So we need to be able to understand the situation of the walkability in our city. So the first thing we do is to measure it, to measure the walkability. So this is the thing that we start 6 years ago. This is a map to show the potential in the city that you can live without car, because everything that you have to walk into in your daily life located within the walkability, within the walkable distances. According to our survey, it is 800 meters. The area that you can leave your car at your home is the green area. The green area is the destination, the daily destination that you have to walk, distribute, densely within the walkable distances. There are 6 destinations in your daily life. School, the place you study, the place you work, the place you make your shopping, the place you make your recreational activities, the place you make your errands, and the place you make your transit. So this is 6 types of the destination that you have to walk into. So this is the collaboration between urban planners, urban designer, and data scientists that create this project called Good Walk Thailand. So this is, I would say, this is the first big and open urban data in Thailand that to show you, to make you understand, and to make you be able to measure the walkability in your city. Not only in Bangkok, but we also do it in 33 regional cities. I tell you later. So you can go here. Everybody can go here and you type your area, the name of your street, the name of your district, and then you have your data. So when we start this project 6 years ago, we have been asked a lot, why you do this project, because Bangkok people do not walk. But actually, according to our survey, we did a survey extensively in 50 districts in Bangkok. We discovered that, we found that Bangkok people do walk. We walk up to 800 meters, or we are willing to walk up to 10 minutes, like in Japan. Sorry, it is Thai, but in Japan it's 820, and in America it's 805. Hong Kong is much less than us. So this is what we discover, and this is quite positive. And actually, a lot people are walking. A lot of them, according to our city, just 30% that people use travel by using their private car, but the rest, up to almost 70%, they use other means of transportation, public transportation, walking, or semi-public transportation. But they also feel that it's very difficult to walk in Bangkok. So it's full of obstacles. For example, unused telephone booths, police station booths that always located on the sidewalk, and the trees just located in the middle of the sidewalk. Also, the lack of shading and the lack of the shelter to protect pedestrians from the very hot sun and rain. Also, it seems very dangerous to walk because not enough lighting. In Bangkok, many streets it just fall dark after like 6 because not enough lighting, dirtiness, and also poor quality of pavement. This is really discourage you from walking, but still people still walk a lot. So this is the big and open urban data that open for everybody, for researcher, for citizen, and for everybody. You just go there and you type the name of the street you live in, you work, or your district. So there's a score we call walk score that to show if your district or your street walkable or not. So what is the situation, how Bangkok is walkable? We discover that if we focus only in the inner city area where the rail transportation heavily and intensely invested, 60% of the inner city area, or equivalent to 17 districts of Bangkok, is walkable. You see, it's green area. But if we look at the whole city of Bangkok, Bangkok is very strange because this is a city that this is a city that the area is larger than the province because now the urban is really extend to towards the surrounding city. We became the mega urban region. So if we look at 1,500 square kilometer of the Bangkok area, only 11% is walkable. So you see, it's just limited within the inner city area. And if we look at the BMR, or Bangkok Metropolitan Region, it's just 2.5. It's very low. And average in the city area, in the inner city area, good walk score is quite not so bad. We have 55 from 100. So at least we 50%, we pass 50%, but not the rest of the city. So this is we try to convince the policymaker, because the policymakers believe that as soon as they invest the rail and the station, done. So it can automatically make the city, more potential, more competitive and everything, but it's not like that. So this is what we shown to last week. We shown to the Bank of Thailand, and so before that we shown to the Prime Minister. We had a discussion with them. So this is the old CBD. The old CBD of Bangkok, Silom Sathon, and not Bangkok, I'm sorry, and Surawong. So this is the area that this is one of the first area that the rail system has been invest. And you see the block size, because this is the old city area, inner city area. So the block size is quite small, it's more walkable, and the network of the sidewalk is nicely linked. The quality of the pavement is not so bad. So you see the agglomeration of the economic activities. You see the red rectangle, big and small, and also the offices, blue rectangle. So it's agglomerate within this area, the green. You see the green is the good and the walkable area shown by the good walk map. So the good walk score here is 75%. So this is we try to convince that if even you invest the rail system and the station, it doesn't automatically induce a nice and inclusive and a nice neighborhood. Look at the new CBD that designated by Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, Rama 9 and Rachada. has been designated by city plan, the latest city plan, to be the new CBD because in Silom Sathorn is really reached the ceiling. So now they invest a lot in the underground train, the Blue Line, and the airport rail link, the elevated line. But you see the green color, the walkability score is just lower than standard. So it's just 35% because the block size is very big and very poor sidewalk connectivity. Forget about walkability because the pavement condition is very bad. So you see there's no agglomeration of the business or the commercial activity. It's just still very ribbon development. It's just like
Sorry,
that.
Ms. Niramon. You have
Yes.
5 minutes left.
Yes, but
okay.
Yes, but it was late. It was late before me.
Okay.
Can I have?
Okay, no problem. Okay, take your time.
So it's yeah. So be able to walk is different from convenient, safe, and pleasant to walk. So this is the quality of the walking environment that's not only the doing urban big data, we also doing a kind of the urban design survey. So we did extensive survey in the almost 1,000 streets, and we discovered that even in the green area, the area that you can walk 800 meters, but the quality of the pavement is so poor. This is the area in a historical town called Ratanakosin. Many of you have visited, the Grand Palace. So you see, even it's green area, but the quality of the pavement is not convenient to walk, it's not safe to walk, and it's not pleasant to walk. 55% of the sidewalk is has that quality. So we try. This is when we had a chance to communicate and to discuss with the cabinet and the national social and economic development board. They discuss about the Thailand competitiveness. They would like to maximize the GDP from tourism industry from 20% to 30%. I said it's impossible because now we reached the ceiling. We trap in the middle tourism income trap like this. If you would like to maximize that, you need to really invest, especially in the walkable infrastructure. So this is what we use. Data science, data technology, together with the urban planning and design to unlock the potential of the city. So this is the project that we did for Bangkok City Administration 5 years ago, and now it's ongoing. So you see, everything is based on the idea of how to make Bangkok more walkable, how to make our district, which is so diverse and so, interesting, to be able to synergize through the green network, to the rail and water mobility, through feeder system, and especially through walk and bike. And this is the first project that has been success despite political instability. So when we present this project, it was a former governor, and then the former governor has been removed by the government, the military government, and now it's another governor. But this project still has been put on the top priority, and finally it has been realized. So this is a project that initial idea is to link the two sides of the river, the historical district, Thonburi and Ratanakosin together, because it's an abundance of the cultural sites, school, public facility. And before that, it's very difficult to communicate because difficult to walk. So now it has been linked, and has been linked by transforming the unused rail track into a nice green space, and with the view spot. So this is became a very popular and really make people walk more between two sides of the river. So and this is we so proud of that. Bangkok City is very proud that the World Economic Forum has been, how to say, report about our project. So according to this, we connect this missing link between west and east side of the river. And now you see the network has been improved. 15-minute city, which was unimaginable in Bangkok City, and now is possible from Thonburi through Chinatown. You just go there through bicycle in 15-minute city. So this is it's just in less than 1 year, and you see already a positive impact from this. And this is what we use. This is the core competency of UDDC, Urban Design Development Center. So we work with data scientists. So we always use this to validate if our urban planning and design proposal is good for the city. So we show that after construct the Chao Phraya Sky Bridge, there's a great improvement of the food accessibility from the score 49 to 76.
Okay, Ms. Miramon,
So
can you
this is
soon close your presentation? Sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
Can you soon close your presentation? Already? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for a provoking presentation from Ms. Miramon. And soon, yes, we now enter the discussion session. From the chat room, we received some questions from the audience. I will read the questions. Okay, let me check. Yes, we have a question from Ms. Gina Sabita. Ms. Gina Sabita has a question for Ms. Miramon.
Yes.
Yeah, I will read. I would like to ask a question. If Bangkok start to invest on public transportation more and increase the walkability, then a lot of people in Bangkok starts to walk and leave the motorcycle taxi service. How about the people working as a motorcycle taxi drivers? Is there any way to utilize their service so they don't lose their jobs? Okay. Do you understand?
Yes, I hear.
Do you understand the question, or I should repeat?
No, I understand.
Okay.
So you have to prioritize. Maybe I am not the position to answer to that. I mean, our mission is to make the city environment better by making the city more walkable. So if the motorcycle taxi is going to lose their job because the city more walkable, I don't know. I think other people need to respond to that. And we have been discussed with also with the motorcycle taxi. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. It's not easy to make Bangkok more walkable. So we have been working 6 years already, and a few projects has been realized and visualized, and everybody appreciate that. And now politicians, not only the existing governor, but also, I mean, the candidates, and also in other regional city, the mayor, they really adopt the walkable city as their policy. So if you ask if motorcycle taxi is going to lose their job, I don't know. But we did work with them. We have, I mean, we we have a project with the Motorcycle Taxi Association in Thailand. We work with the chairman and the team because now motorcycle taxi is a kind of the supporting feeder, and they have a problem. Even though there's 3 million trips per day, this is a number 5 years ago. Now I think is maybe more, but the city still don't recognize their existence. They cannot really officially, they cannot put their stand on the sidewalk because a city police will charge them. In the certain area, they're going to move down to the street, and then the police is going to charge them. So now we are working with the association and the city how to really design. I mean, especially the station, the TOD that can link the rail, motorcycle, taxi, and every other modes of transportation, especially also the walkability. Don't put your stand, the motorcycle, taxi, to obstruct the pedestrians' route, traffic, like that. I think this is a separate issues, and it's not on our mission.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Niramon, for the answer. And then we will move to the next question. This is for Ms. Dunja. This is the question from master student of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Ms. Latifa. Hello, Ms. Dunja. I have a question. There is a dilemma. Some industry choose to build more industrial plant to reduce carbon footprint in terms of transportation. However, will reduce the amount of open space available. What is Dunja's view on that?
Thank you. Yes, do you want me to maybe also touch upon the other two questions that I did read them in the chat box, or I can also write the answers maybe. Thank you very much, first of all, for the interesting questions. I'm not sure I'm fully clear on what kind of industrial plant and expansion Latifa is referring to. I think in general, that's a central dilemma in all of our development planning, right? It's like, who gets to decide what we're going to do with the space that we have? I think on the bigger picture, making sure that industrial development and cities are compact and that it's concentrated in one area in order to reduce the amount of space that we use, in order to reduce also the transport ways, etc. That's very important. I think it needs to be decided in each specific instance. And I think my main point there will be that there needs to be a transparent process, that people understand why certain objectives are being pursued, and that kind of also is in line with overall development objectives. So I think it's not really possible to give a very easy and clear answer. I think it needs to be decided on a case-by-case basis, and the process needs to be transparent, and there needs to be a consideration of what is more important in the bigger picture. What are actually the gains that we have from concentrating a power plant or an industrial plant in one area, and what are the negative consequences in terms of losing space?
Much, Ms. Dunja, and we still have time, about 7 minutes. So we will check the chat room.
Do you want me to reply to the question? I saw two other questions for me. Do you want me to reply to that as well?
Okay, please pick one.
There was first the question on informal settlements that shouldn't be simply displaced, but then of course there's this contradiction or tension that a lot of these informal settlements are located in really highly exposed areas and they're flooded, etc. And yes, I agree to that, and I apologize if I wasn't clear enough in my presentation. I think we do understand that there is often no other option in the long term than relocating these informal settlements at one point. For me, the main point is that that shouldn't just be decided by an expert in place A and then implemented without any further consultation or participation of the people in those settlements. And I think what is currently lacking is a true consideration of alternatives. I think at the moment, resettlement is almost the go-to option because it fulfills not only reduction of flood exposure, but also maybe some of the objectives of building kind of a more modern and kind of beautiful city, if you will. And where we basically just kind of don't consider what the people, what people's livelihoods are who are living in those circumstances. And I think one way forward that we have seen, like in the pilot that I showed, is to really try and come up with a more consultative process and to try and also find solutions that are in the same neighborhood, rather than at the moment in many instances, people are being located 8 or 10 kilometers away from their original settlements. And that, of course, breaks also ties with their social networks, with like access to markets, with access to work, customers, etc. So I think we just need to come with up with a more participatory process in order to kind of try and find solutions that are closer to the needs of people.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dunja Krause. And I think before Ms. Niramon leave the stage, we still have one question for Ms. Niramon. This is from Mr. Hafiz Sumarno. I have a question regarding Ms. Serisako's presentation. In the presentation, you mentioned that the share of condominium residents has outnumbered the number of landed house in Bangkok. Is this number influenced by any recent policy change, or was this affected by something else? Thank you.
I think it's influenced by the rail development system. So the data show that increase especially the number of the residential development increase around the rail, along the rail and around the station. I think it's just normal, like other city. Before it's just development along the road, the street to the suburb, and now it's reversed to the city area.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Niramon for the answer. We still have 3 minutes. I will try to catch one more question. Oh, this is for Ms. Krause. This is from Hafiz Sumarno also.
Yeah, that's the one I just answered, sorry.
Oh, okay, Hafiz Sumarno, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, and this one is for Ms. Niramon. This is from Habib Naufal, Mr. Habib Naufal. Hello, Ms. Niramon. I would like to ask, is there any similarities between your walkable research in Bangkok with implementation of compact city?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, we cannot ask for the explanation of the questions. Okay, so I think we end to the end of the session. Thank you very much for Ms. Dunja Krause and Assistant Professor Niramon Serisako. Thank you very much for also for Professor Taro Igarashi for the video sharing, and also for the audience. I think the times is very limited for this session. Thank you very much for the speaker for a very inspiring presentation, and also for a very fruitful discussion in this session. Hopefully this not ended in this event, but this continue and strengthen our networking for further collaboration. So thank you very much. And I think I should return this session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, Ms. Kraus and Ms. Nyaman.
Okay, I have to leave. Sorry. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Diananta, Ms. Dinja Krause, and Assistant Professor Niraman Sarisaku. Now we are moving to the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the session we have attended, it is time for us to enter the break session. You may use the break time to network with other participants before we start the parallel sessions at 13:30 p.m. To do so, you may enter the networking room on the left of your screen.
Moreover, you could also visit the expo room to have a chat with our sponsors and partners representatives. Once again, we would like to thank our gold sponsor, Badan Penerbit dan Publikasi Universitas Gadjah Mada, also our silver sponsors, Pusat Studi Perencanaan Pembangunan Regional Universitas Gadjah Mada, Center of Universal Design and Capabilities Universitas Gadjah Mada, Japan Foundation, and our bronze sponsor, Kinesia.
The 5th International Conference of Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2020 is also partnered with Journal Technoscience, Journal Kawistara, Journal of Built Environment Studies, Journal of Infrastructure and Facility Asset Management, and Journal Management Aset Infrastruktur dan Fasilitas.
Thank you, Patu. Ladies and gentlemen, we will end the first half schedule of today's event here. We will see you again at 13:30 p.m. on the parallel sessions, and the session will be guided by Dr. Diananta. Please go straight to the specific room, minimum 15 minutes before your session starts. If you have any questions, please chat to us using the reception chat tab, and thank you.